Order, Madam Speaker.
Let's take this moment for a silent prayer or meditation. Amen. It was a silent prayer, Honorable Mkhize. She prayed aloud. Good morning, honorable members. We will start with item number 2 now. We'll go to item number 2, obituaries. Can we be settled, honorable members, please? Honorable members, in this moment of remembrance, we acknowledge with deep respect those who are no longer with us. Their legacy lives on through the lives they touched and the work they left behind. We hold their families, loved ones, and communities in our thoughts during this time. The House now honors the lives and memories of the following individuals. We firstly take this solemn moment to extend heartfelt sympathy to the government and the people of the Western Cape following the devastating floods that have recently affected the province. We are deeply saddened by the tragic loss of lives and the displacement of many families as a result of this disaster. Our thoughts and prayers are with all those who have been affected during this difficult time. We wish to convey our sincerest condolences to the families and loved ones of those who may have passed on as a result of this disaster. May they find comfort, strength, and solace in the midst of their grief. As the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, we stand in solidarity with the Western Cape as they navigate the challenges of recovery and rebuilding. We recognize the victims of gender-based violence, femicide, and other hate crimes, public servants and traditional leaders of our province and the country, artists and veterans of the entertainment industry, and all those who have tragically lost their lives on road accidents across our provinces in the recent weeks. Honorable members, I now invite the House to observe a moment of profound silence in honor of all those who have passed on, including those that we do not mention by name. May their souls rest in peace. Honorable members, we move on to announcements by the Speaker. On apologies, Honorable CM Shinga, who has a departmental commitment. The Honorable LJ de Klerk, who also have a commitment outside the province, will not be physically in. And honorable members, the KwaZulu-Natal then joins the global community in observing the International Day of the Boy Child, which is commemorated annually on the 16th of May. This important day serves as a reminder of our collective responsibility to nurture, protect, guide, and empower boys, enabling them to grow into responsible, respectful, and productive members of society. It also brings attention to the many challenges facing boys today, including exposure to violence, substance abuse, mental health struggles, sexual abuse, and the absence of positive role model in some communities. As the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to supporting the development and well-being of the boy child. We recognize the critical role played by strong families, quality education, mentorship, and safe communities in shaping their future. We therefore call upon all sectors of society, government, civil society, families, and community leaders to work together in empowering our boys. Let us equip them to become men of integrity, compassion, and resilience, who will contribute positively to the growth and prosperity of our province and our nation. Reminder, honorable members, on Africa Day commemoration. As previously announced during the sitting of this House on 7 May 2026, Africans across the continent and throughout the diaspora will commemorate Africa Day on Monday, 25 May 2026. This significant day marks the historic establishment of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia in 1963, a defining milestone that led the foundation for African unity, liberation, and development, and which subsequently gave rise to the African Union. Africa Day serves as a powerful reminder of our shared history, our collective resilience, and our aspirations for a united and prosperous continent. Honorable members are therefore encouraged, wherever they may be, on Monday, 25 May 2026, to proudly wear African in celebration of our identity, cultural diversity, and our rich heritage. Let us commemorate this important occasion with dignity, unity, and pride as we continue to embrace and celebrate the richness of being African. On Workers' Parliament, honorable members, we are hereby informed that the 2026 Workers' Parliament will be held on Friday, 29 May 2026 at Greytown, also Community Center, also known as Greytown Civic Hall, under Umvoti Municipality. The program will start at 10 o'clock in the morning. Honorable members, we will now move to item number 4 on the announcements, which is announcements or reports by the Premier.
Morning, Honorable Speaker. Let me greet your good self. The Premier has no formal today. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
We will now move to item 5, which is tabling of reports or papers. The first one is by the Chairperson of Committees, a report by the Chairperson of Committees on management of resolutions in quarter 4 of 2025-26. Second one is the Portfolio Committee on Finance, who tables the Finance Portfolio Committee report on the consideration of the 2025-26 fourth quarter performance for vote 6, that is Provincial Treasury. Finance Portfolio Committee further tables the 2025-26 fourth quarter performance report. They also tabled their 2025-26 annual performance report. The same Committee of Finance tables the 2026-27 Annual Oversight Plan, AOP. We will move to the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, which tables Upongolo Local Municipality 2024-25 Annual and Oversight Reports. Honorable members, if there is a report that may have been submitted and we did not recognize, we will indulge you at any given time when you realize that and allow you to table that report. Now, we will move to item 6 on the order paper, which is formal motions or notices by the Chief Whip. I therefore call upon the Honorable MP Kwala, the Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, the Leader of Government Business, MECs, Chair of Chairs, Leader of Official Opposition, colleagues in the Legislature. Honorable Speaker, I hereby give notice that on the next sitting day of this House, I shall move as follows, noting that 1, Africans across the continent will commemorate Africa Day on the 25th May 2026. 2. The significant day marks the historic establishment of the Organization of African Unity in Ethiopia in 1963, a milestone that laid the foundation for African unity, liberation, and development, and which gave rise to the African Union. 3. Africa Day serves as a powerful reminder of our shared history, collective resilience, and our aspirations for a united, prosperous continent. This House therefore resolves to encourage all members, wherever they may be on the 25th May 2026, to proudly wear African attire in celebration of our identity, our cultural diversity, and our rich heritage. I so move, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, is there concurrence that the motion be moved without notice? Or with notice? Oh, it's a motion with notice. So we will find that is there. Okay. We might have missed that. We thought that is presenting a motion without notice. It then falls to the next motions and will be debated in the future. Honorable members, we will now move to item 7 on member statements. The first one is Honorable Ban Prakash.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the IFP strongly condemned the deeply divisive and hateful utterances made by certain public figures targeting KwaZulu-Natal's Indian community. To suggest Indian citizens should go back to India while using derogatory and dehumanizing language is a direct attack on our constitutional democracy, our shared humanity, and the social cohesion of the province. KwaZulu-Natal belongs to all who live in it. We welcome the criminal charges laid at Chatsworth Police Station. This House must send an unequivocal message that hate speech, racism, and xenophobia have no place in our society. We therefore call for swift justice, accountability, and responsible leadership that unites rather than divides our people. I thank you.
The next member is Honorable MJ Ngwanyana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Long queues outside SASSA branches such as Ngwamashu, Durban, Pietermaritzburg, Ngutu, and Mbazwana continue to affect access to essential services. Many beneficiaries are turned away due to poor network connectivity and unsatisfactory staff conduct, undermining dignity and constitutional rights. The current network challenges must be urgently resolved through coordinated intervention and improved system capacity. Within the Government of Provincial Unity, the KZN Department of Social Development and the South African Social Security Agency, SASSA, should strengthen cooperation and conduct unannounced oversight visits to identify and address service delivery failures, restore efficiency, and ensure accountable responsive service provision for all beneficiaries. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The next member is NP Dlamini.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. KwaZulu-Natal continue to demonstrate its position as a leading tourism and investment destination through the successful hosting of Africa's Travel Indaba 2026 in Durban. I would like to commend the MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Honorable Reverend Musa Zondi, together with all stakeholders for ensuring the success of this prestigious event. The Indaba has provided a major boost to the provincial economy by attracting international buyers, promoting local tourism products, and creating opportunities for SMMEs. I am particularly encouraged by the growing international interest in KwaZulu-Natal from emerging global markets, which reflects increasing confidence in our province. I thank you.
Thank you. The next member is Honorable MC Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The ANC and comments human settlements. Honorable Speaker, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible and visible.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The ANC welcomes and commends the ANC-led Department of Human Settlements led by Mthombeni for the handover of permanent houses to families displaced by the devastating 2022 floods in KwaZulu-Natal. The delivery of 113 homes in Konubia restores dignity, stability, and hope to affected communities who have enjoyed years in temporary accommodation. This intervention demonstrates the commitment of the African National Congress-led government to rebuild lives and ensuring that disaster victims are not abandoned, guided by the Freedom Charter's vision that there shall be houses, security, and comfort. The ANC remains committed.
Thank you, Honorable Fraser. Thank you, Honorable Fraser.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Tuma, I saw you were up.
I'm sorry, Honorable Speaker, for this technical glitch. Let me greet your good self once again. We do want to thank and highlight and thank the Honorable Member for raising what is critical for the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Indeed, this was the first phase. This remains a mega project that at the right time, the President of the country's excellence must come and ensure that the official launch is done for this phase, because for the last 10 years, we have not delved deeper in ensuring that we build something at a structural level at the Konopia. And the issue of disaster has been a prone in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, which is why Montclair Lodge is at the state now of also accommodating more than 110 families. So the process of Econopia, myself and the mayor of eThekwini went and ensured that the first process is done in a manner that is correct. Otherwise, it was going to be vandalized. Very good. We were supposed to finish them by June, but the construction company were fine and spot on time, so we had to do that process. We proceed, and we're still understanding that more than 4,000 people have been affected in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, so we still remain calm in ensuring that we destroy almost all those processes, and the TEAs are going to be the things of the pies and the transit cap in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Honorable members, singaphazamisi namalungu ahloniphekile angaye aphazamisa njengomhlonishwa uZuma. We will now move on to the next member, Honorable BN Sithole Moloi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was the founding president of the Democratic South Africa, His Excellency Nelson Mandela, who reminded us that, I open quote, education is the great engine for personal development, close quote. This word continues to guide the ANC's unwavering commitment to build a better future through accessible and quality education for all. The ANC wishes to congratulate all 2026 graduates for their hard work and determination, including the Chair of Chairs, Honorable Dr. Mahlaba, for this important achievement. We further wish the class of 2026 strength and success as they prepare for the June examinations, and commend the Department of Education under the leadership of MEC Sipho Hlomuga for implementing learner support programs that contribute towards a conducive and less stressful examination period. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We will move to the... But Honorable MCs, I said you signal, we see like how Honorable Duma had done. You can come, Honorable MEC.
I'm sorry, Speaker. Greetings to yourself, Deputy Speaker, honorable members, colleagues. Speaker, we welcome from the honorable member. I must appreciate the good work that is done by our educators across the province. They are doing their work under the very difficult conditions, and also appreciate the role played by our circuit managers and all officials at the district and at the head office who are also committed to assist. And there are programs that are assisting our learners to ensure that they perform very well, not only at the grade 12 level, but from the grade R up to grade 12. We've started with the midterm assessment, and we are going to use those assessments to assess ourselves how we're going to perform at the end of the academic year. We must appreciate all honorable members who are conscious and support our schools across the province. We are certain that working together we can do more. Thank you very much.
The next member is Honorable H.S. Leggett. Don't threaten each other, honorable members, when we have mics on, because it goes into the record, honestly. Honorable H.S. Leggett.
Madam Speaker, this week raw sewage overflowed onto Margaret Ngadi Avenue, also known as Victoria Embankment, forcing motorists and trucks to drive through sewage on one of Durban's key traffic routes. What is horrifying is that this health and environmental catastrophe is right next to Durban Harbour, close to the courts, hotels, businesses and tourism activity. It is a gateway into our city. The incident speaks to a much bigger failure. eThekwini municipality appears unable to get on top of its collapsing sewage infrastructure. Residents, businesses, tourists and commuters are paying the price for years of neglect and poor infrastructure maintenance. It is a matter of public interest that please the MEC for Etia provide a clear update on the commitments made through the Presidential eThekwini Working Group regarding fixing wastewater treatment facilities in the city of eThekwini and the associated timelines. I thank you.
MEC, you indicated nicely.
Chair. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, it is a discouraging thing to see the overflow that the Honorable Member is talking about in Victoria Embankment in eThekwini. But the Presidential Working Group is hard at work to assist the leadership of eThekwini Municipality on a collaborative so that all of us, without pointing fingers, we can come on board and fix that which has been broken. And we realize that the infrastructure across our country, not only in eThekwini, is leaving much to desire. And we are sure, Honorable Speaker, that with the commitment of the leadership, current leadership of eThekwini and ourselves in the department, we will eventually overcome the calamity that is facing us environmentally. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next member is Honorable T. Kohli.
Thank you, Speaker. Another long-awaited public works and infrastructure project is near completion and ready to serve the community as it was intended to do. Dilanga High School in Mtuba local municipality, like so many other government projects, has experienced years of delays and challenges. The state-of-the-art school is now close to completion and almost ready to be handed over to the Department of Education and, more importantly, the community it is intended to serve. We commend MEC Mayor and his department for ensuring this project was salvaged and is now on course to change the lives of this community. The Department of Education should ensure that KZN Public Works and Infrastructure is the implementing agent of choice for school infrastructure projects across KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you.
The next member is the Honorable. Oh, thank you, Honorable MEC.
Sorry, I know I'm a bit short. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to the Honourable colleague. Yes, we as the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure are well aware of our problems in the past, that we didn't function in such a way that client departments did want to make use of us. But we are working very, very fast and very hard to make sure that we are the implementing agent of choice and to rebuild the trust of our client departments with our colleagues from education, health, COCTA, and all other departments. And we invite this House to work with us in making sure that we bring quality infrastructure to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you.
Honourable members, not all disabilities are visible. I am speaking on my behalf so that as we move forward, I thank the members that brought it to my attention, but the other comments, I do not take them in well. I must now call upon the Inkosi PDH Chiliza, the Honourable Dungeli Mnyama.
Honorable Speaker, Mahubela, Deputy Speaker, Mpagama egameni lomkhonto wesizwe phathi ukuhalalisela umndeni wakwaMthethwa eMzimkhulu okuthe ngomhla ka-1 kuMeyi inqwele emdala yakwaDakodunuse umntakagcina amazwi wakuthatha kuye ukuba ayekohlonipha umndeni wakwaMthethwa endaweni yase eMzimkhulu ukuyonikela ngendlu kanokusho enako konke okudinga isithunzi somuntu omnyama kulesi sikhathi esinzima kangaka lapho izindlu yakhiwa ingapheli. Siyafisa ukubongela umndeni wakwaMthethwa nomphakathi nje wonke waseMzimkhulu ngobubanzi ukuthi lengcwele ithathe lesi sinqumo sokuthi lolu suku iye
emzimkhulu is up. We will move on to Honorable S.S. Magubane.
Honorable Speaker, the Amajuba District Municipality has become a glaring example of governance failure under the leadership of the IFP and its alliance, with evidence of appointing more than 8 municipal managers in a space of 4 years, clearly reflecting instability, poor leadership, and lack of continuity in administration. Omunye walabo municipal manager ilo okuthiwa uMthembu obekuthiwe uyagula elanga libalele wavumbuka eMajuba District Municipality as a municipal manager again. The municipality has failed to fulfill its constitutional duty of delivering services by repeatedly approving unfunded budgets, worsening its financial crisis and hindering basic service provision. This reckless governance threatens the municipality to complete collapse. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, thank you, Honorable Makuban. Honorable members, I want to bring it to your attention that be careful when you are pressing, because sometimes you see me looking at you it's because the screen notifies me that you want to address the House. And as you move, Honorable Gasa, it shows here Honorable JPN Gasa wants to address the House, and we have to look at you and see that you are not even aware what you are doing. So I want you, Honorable members, don't fiddle. Then we will move to the next member, which will be the Honorable JPN Gasa now.
Honorable Speaker, on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe.
Hayi xolo kancane mhlonishwa. Honorable Seme. Hayi sis. You may continue, Honorable Gasa.
Honorable Speaker, on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, I rise with grave concern regarding disturbing allegations emerging from Umzimkhulu involving the KwaZulu MEC for cooperative governance and traditional affairs. Yes. Honorable Thula Sizwe Buthelezi. It is alleged by Inkosi Ntombeko Msingaphansi that his salary, together with those of several Izinduna, was withheld after they opposed the recognition of another traditional leader in Mfulamhle. If these claims are true, they point to a deeply troubling abuse of state power, one that threatens to undermine the integrity of traditional leadership and sow divisions within communities. KwaZulu cannot permit political interference in traditional institutions, particularly where it risks inflammation.
So much, Honorable Member, your time. I want to put it on record, Honorable Members, that the members of the Executive Council that are in the House are members of the Executive Council of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I think I must correct it when it would be speaking to members of the Executive Council, not in a debate, because I have a responsibility to uphold the Constitution of the country. Thank you, Honorable Members. I see no one rising on the side of the members of the Executive Council of KwaZulu-Natal. I will move on to Honorable SPG Mbatha.
Honourable Speaker, the MK party is to be concerned by the MEC for Kokta's claim that he has no responsibility in housing delivery. That statement is misleading and unconstitutional. The MEC for Kokta on human settlement, Section 154 of the Constitution clearly states that provincial government must support municipalities in delivering services, including housing. What is worse is the misuse of the environment clause under Section 43 of the PMFA, where funds are shifted away from the critical service delivery while our people continue living in shacks without dignity. Environments were never meant to become tools for luxury spending while municipalities collapse and communities suffer. Budgets reveal priorities, and this government has chosen vehicles and comfort over the poor. The people of KwaZulu do not need excuses or budget manipulation. They need houses, functioning municipalities, and leadership that respect both the law and the people. I thank you.
The next member is the Honorable ZG Ngobo. Mali dedela ilunga liziphakamisela istatement elisithandayo ngomhlonishwa.
The Umkhonto weSizwe Party raises alarm over ongoing raw sewage in Market Nqandi Avenue and surrounding areas, making residents sick and business struggle with unbearable stench, flies and serious health risk to residents. People around the area have reported nausea, sinus issues and disrupted livelihoods. Untreated sewage continue to flow into Umbilo and Umhlatuze estuaries, threatening marine life, Durban Harbour and local economy.
Repeated pump failures and infrastructure revealed systemic failures, municipal negligence, and a lack of accountability. People of Durban deserves action, not excuses. Honorable MEC Zondi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I responded earlier on to the remarks made in this regard made by Honorable Lijet, it is indeed a concerning matter that the infrastructure of most of our city, not only in eThekwini, requires urgent attention. But I want to assure members of this House that we as the department entrusted with the responsibility for looking after the welfare of the ordinary members of the public in matters of environment are equally concerned about what is going on. And we are working with the city of eThekwini to ensure that we mitigate the damage that has happened there. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The next member is Honorable BC Mngadi.
Honorable Speaker, as umkhonto wesizwe party, ngifisa ukudlulisa ukukhathazeka okukhulu mayelana nodaba lemeya yasemajuba. Ehhovisi layo kule meya kune invoice engu 240,000 njalo ngenyanga ekhokhelwa his private security without any threat assessment, as it was flagged by Auditor General that the provision of personal security must be implemented strictly in accordance with clause 15.1 G number 3807 dated August 18, 2023. I thank you.
The Honorable MEC Zondi.
Ngiyathokoza mhlonishwa somlomo. Ngiyathanda ukusho ukuthi ukuthokoza sihlonipha isilo umdlokombane ngoba igama laso, ngoba ngiyazi abanye abaqulu. Kodwa ekubuyeleni odabeni oluphakanyiswa yilungu elihloniphekile, izindaba ezinjengalezi eziphakanyiswa umhlonishwa uMngadi kufanele ukuba ziphenywe, siyoqikelela ukuba seyidlulisele kumphathiswa oqondene nakho ukuze kuphenywe, ikakhulukazi ngoba kukhulunywa lapha ngemanager engekho lapha kulendlu ukuba ikwazi ukuyiphendulela. Kodwa-ke kuzofanele ukuba siphenye lokhu ukuze sibikele lendlu esikhathini esizayo ngokuqhubekayo emajuba. Ngiyathokoza.
The next member is the Honorable MW Twala.
The Economic Freedom Fighters congratulates all the graduates who have been conferred with different qualifications at institutions of higher learning. We further congratulate the Chair of Chairs, Dr. Tutuko Mahlaba, for being conferred with the Master of Commerce degree in leadership from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. For many black students, obtaining a qualification is not merely a personal achievement, but a victory over poverty and inequality. Congratulate Black Excellence, because these are students who have triumphed against all odds. These are students whose mothers wake very early to sell food on the streets. These are students who are raised by grandparents who survive on old age grant. These are students who have been who have persevered despite financial exclusion and accommodation crisis. The Freedom Charter demands justice and declaration that education must be accessible for all who live in South Africa.
Thank you. I see that there is no member of the executive that is about to rise. Honourable members, we will move to the next item. But before we start with the orders, honourable members, I would like to bring forth some of the rulings that were not brought to the House. Honourable members, on the sitting of the 30th of April 2026, during the debate on the matter of public importance, and while the Honourable Billy of the NCOP was debating, a point of order was raised by Honourable Makubane, the whip of MK. Honourable Makubane based his point of order on Rule 571A together with Rule 611A and Rule 142. In the elaboration of the point of order, Honourable Makubane alleged that, and I quote, "You were calling our member to order here, saying that their behavior is out of conduct, but are not calling the other member, Honourable Fraser, on the other side to order. She's the one who started the chaos, so your responsibilities must be carried in an impartial manner. You must correct both sides, not only one side. You have to call your member to order." Close quote. In essence, honourable members, the allegation was that the Speaker had failed to act impartially in that she had called Honourable Gasa to order but had not called Honourable Fraser to order. The Speaker then indicated that she had called Honourable Fraser to order but that this was not heard by some members, including Honourable Makubane. She further confirmed this will, however, be verified through the Hansard recording and report back to the House at the next sitting. As undertaken, the transcript of the proceedings has been referred to. The relevant portion is that at the point when Honourable Billy was being called upon to debate, at that point there was some disorder in the House. And it is on the record that the Speaker stated, "Order, order, order, Honourable Fraser. Honourable JPN Gasa and Honourable NM Gasa, you are disrupting the House," close quote. From the transcript of proceedings, it is clear that Honourable Fraser was called to order first, and thereafter Honourable JPN Gasa and Honourable NM Gasa were also called to order for disrupting the House. The allegation by Honourable Makubane that the Speaker had not called the Honourable Fraser to order and had therefore not acted impartially as required by the standing rules is therefore factually incorrect. At this point, I will request Honourable Makubane to stand as I read the order. In line with the above, Honourable Makubane, I therefore rule that the allegation by yourself, Honourable Makubane, is incorrect and out of order and impugned the dignity and integrity of the Speaker. And I also want to remind all members of the contents of the following rules that are relevant to the current matter. Rule 7.4 further states that a member may not make a reflection upon a member's integrity and or dignity. Rules 2723J of the standing rules provides that contempt includes comments by a member speaking in the House that are insulting or harmful to the dignity of another member of the legislature. I therefore request all members to exercise caution when making unfounded allegations of biasness in the House that are harmful to the dignity of the presiding officers, lest they be found to be in contravention of the above-mentioned rules and therefore in contempt of the House. If this sort of conduct persists, then I will have no option, honourable members, but to refer such conduct to the Ethics Committee for further investigations. But in this instance, honourable members, I am not referring it. I am only asking Honourable Makubane to withdraw the allegation that the presiding officer was biased unreservedly.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker. I withdraw.
Thank you, Honourable Makubane. Now, honourable members, we will move to the first order, which is report by the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Finance on the achievement, a debate on the report by the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Finance on the achievement of targets in terms of annual performance plans and committee for the financial year 25-26 in terms of Standing Rule 154C. I will therefore call upon the Honorable I.H. Machero Bashiela for 7 minutes. I request whips to inform their members when they're going to debate to come and sit here because we waste time unnecessarily. Honorable Ngati, this is the last time we have to raise such a minor matter halfway into the term. Honorable Mbata, you are speaking to me? You have been calling Somlomo all the time now. You are not calling me? Oh, okay. Honorable members, you must not confuse us and look outside and say Somlomo, because Somlomo is only myself, Deputy Speaker, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and Deputy and Chair of Chairs. When we are sitting here, we know that when you look at us and say Somlomo, because at that time we are speakers and presiding officers. Thank you so much. You can go on, ma'am. It's Honorable Pasiela, Manchero Pasiela. You've got 7 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, President of our party, our Whippery, and members of the House, including the people of KwaZulu. I rise today to present a rigorous fact-based interrogation of the Finance Portfolios Committee's annual performance report for the 2025-2026 financial year, officially signed off by the Chairperson. The entire framework of this report is built on a dangerous political premise that because procedural box-ticking milestones were achieved, our oversight model is working. The Chairperson proudly concludes that the committee achieved all its targets for the 25-26 financial year. But let us be entirely objective. When we look directly at the Department of Provincial Treasury's operational architecture under Vote 6, we see a persistent pattern of recycling old planning templates that completely fail on the ground. Whether this House increases main appropriations, votes for adjustments, or shifts general allocations, these bureaucratic mechanisms do nothing for ordinary citizens of this province. Much like the historic policy failures regarding land distribution, where vast resources are trapped in state machinery without ever reaching the dispossessed, these budget votes remain locked inside an institutional silo that completely bypasses our people. The reality of Vote 6, executive tourism versus local stagnation. Let us let the official department performance data speak for itself. We are continuously told that line functions are operating efficiently under the current budget strategy. Yet when we examine the actual implementation logs of Vote 6, we find that administrative activity has completely replaced actual delivery. Consider the line items within this very project. The KZN money bills, amendment procedure, and related bills have been languishing before the committee since April 2025. For an entire financial year, substantial public funds were spent conducting administrative workshops and extensive international benchmarking exercises. This included flying a delegation of members to the African Network of Parliamentary Budget Officers conference in Abuja, Nigeria, from the 21st to 27th September 2025. This was immediately followed by another overseas trip to the Victorian Parliamentary Budget Office in Melbourne, Australia, from the 11th to the 18th October, with a delegation which excluded Mkhonto Sizwe, as always. Yet after an entire financial year of global travel, workshops, and extensive benchmarking, the actual legislative finalization of this critical financial oversight tool remains delayed. This habit of inflating metrics to cover delivery deficits is widespread across our line functions. Look at the Department of COCTA, which artificially padded its targeted performance indicators from 100 to 118. But look closer at the audit logs. Program 1 recorded the absolute highest volume of unachieved targets across all major programs during the previous financial audit. You cannot claim a high-performing system when you fail your own core indicators. Macroeconomic failure, the human cost of joblessness. Honourable Speaker, the structural failure of our Treasury-led growth strategy is visible in the catastrophic employment statistics released by Statistics South Africa. The official national employment rate has climbed to 32.7%, while our youth unemployment rate sits at an unsustainable 45.8%. Across the country, 4.7 million young people are actively looking for employment, and over 40% of our entire youth demographic are classified as NEET, not in employment, education, or training. The human flesh and blood behind these statistics was exposed at the Royal Showgrounds in Pietermaritzburg, when the KZN Department of Transport opened recruitment for a mere 200 vacant trainee posts for provincial inspectors. The application system was swamped by over 34,000 desperate job seekers. On the day of testing, over 16,000 hopeful young people converged simultaneously on the venue, causing a massive gridlock across Pietermaritzburg CBD. This is not an isolated incident. It is a recurring structural crisis. This House must remember the dark days of 2012, when the exact same road traffic inspectorate recruitment drive turned into a fatal stampede, costing the lives of young desperate fitness applicants. The fact that years later, thousands of qualified youth are still forced to swarm a single venue by the tens of thousands to fight like gladiators for over 200 entry-level posts prove that our macroeconomic plans are failing to stimulate actual market demand. The haves versus the have-nots, where the budgets go. Let us look at the bottom line that the Treasury tries to hide under complex economic accounting. While the majority of our people are hungry, starving, and trapped in extreme poverty, our provincial fiscus is structurally skewed to enrich private companies, external contractors, and consultant networks. When you audit the expenditure patterns of our multi-million rand provincial fiscus across programs 1 to 4, the budget lines show that an indefensible portion of public money goes not to direct public empowerment. It is directly funneled into the hands of the haves through outsourced private entities. KZN departments maintain an addictive reliance on third-party consultants to perform basic public service functions, from project management to infrastructure engineering to basic financial governance. Hundreds of millions of rands are siphoned away from direct community aid into private consulting fees, corporate setups, and elite private partnerships. This corporate capture of the fiscus is further worsened by blatant statutory violations. Honourable Speaker, the data does not lie. This performance report reflects procedural compliance, not service delivery. It does not solve the water crisis. It does not build roads. It does not provide wheelchairs to those stranded in wheelbarrows. It does not offer a structural solution to the 34,000 youth who swarm the Royal Showgrounds.
Honourable members, we will now call upon the Honourable AC Biela for 6 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to participate and contribute. Greetings to your good self, the Honourable Premier in his absence, the Honourable Chief Whip, Honourable Chair of Chairs, the Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, all our MECs, colleagues. May I also start by also extending my congratulatory message to Dr. Mahlaba on his graduation. Indeed, it does inspire the entire House and hopefully the province to continue the pursuit of knowledge with more capacity developed, we surely stand a better chance to lead the province much better. Congratulations, Doc. This legislature carries a clear obligation to ensure that public resources are managed with discipline and that they produce outcomes that are visible to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. That obligation must shape how we engage this report and how we measure the work of the Finance Committee. The committee's work over the past financial year reflects a deliberate effort to strengthen financial oversight and reinforce accountability across departments and entities. What stands out is not only the range of issues being considered, but the attempt to connect financial oversight to improved service delivery. Expenditure trends, grants utilization, and large-scale infrastructure projects remain central areas of focus. However, compliance alone cannot be the standard by which we assess performance. The central question must remain whether public spending is producing value. As a governmental state, our priority should always be to draw a practical relationship between spending and value. In this regard, the committee's approach to oversight beyond formal engagements deserves recognition. When oversight moves from meeting in rooms into project sites, the quality of information begins to change. It becomes harder to rely on prepared responses, and easier to identify where systems are failing. Engagements at projects such as those across the province illustrate this shift. These are not only symbolic visits, they are necessary interventions that reveal whether planning translates into implementation. They expose delays, weak coordination, and at times a misalignment between what is reported and what exists on the ground. At the same time, they allow us to identify functioning initiatives that can be strengthened and replicated. This raises a broader point about the nature of oversight. There's a persistent risk within government that success is measured through compliance indicators rather than actual delivery. Reports may reflect progress, yet communities still continue to experience stagnation. As a legislature, we must remain vigilant against this tendency. While government officials have mastered the art of reporting and the art of compliance, we must remain vigilant towards ensuring that compliance translates into noticeable improvement in the services across the province. A similar principle applies to the tracking of committee resolutions. The adoption of recommendations is only the starting point. What matters is whether those recommendations alter behavior within departments. The committee's insistence on a continuous tracking begins to close the gap between instruction and implementation. It signals that oversight is ongoing and accountability cannot be deferred. The issue of supplier payments further illustrates the link between financial governance and economic stability. Delays in payments are not only administrative oversight, but they disrupt business operations, threaten jobs, and weaken confidence in the state. For many small enterprises, government is a primary client. When that relationship is unreliable, the broader economic consequences are immediate. Infrastructure delivery remains one of the most visible measurements of government performance, yet it is only one of the areas most vulnerable to inefficiency. Projects that stall, escalate in cost, or fail to meet standards reflect deeper systemic weaknesses. These include deficiencies in planning, procurement, and contract management. Strengthening oversight in this area requires more than monitoring expenditure. It requires interrogating the full life cycle of projects, from design to completion. There's also a need for us to guard against a tendency that can emerge over time, where improvements in classification or reporting create an impression of progress that is not matched by movement on the ground. A reduction in the number of projects classified as block may also reflect definitional changes rather than actual recovery. Honourable Speaker, the committee's efforts to engage in benchmarking and to participate in broader oversight networks also deserves acknowledgement. Pardon me, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, we remain committed into supporting the work of the committee and to ensuring that financial health of the province takes our priority, and ensuring that the people of KwaZulu-Natal do get the services that they deserve through the oversight that we play as a committee. Thank you.
The next speaker for 4 minutes is Honorable M.D. Sangweni.
Honorable Speaker, the leader of government business, Lwandle Galuelo. Honorable members, inkosi yasemadungeni. Honorable Hatebe nomqhele wakho. Honorable members.
Order.
Honorable Speaker, allow me from onset to commend the work of the Portfolio Committee of Finance for having excelled in executing its duty. The committee work, Honorable Speaker, reflects the ANC's commitment to clean governance, ethical leadership, and protecting public funds from corruption, wasteful expenditure, and the misuse of funds. The committee have placed on its focus the value for money, the efficient expenditure, the monitoring of conditional grant, the prevention of over and under expenditure, and strengthening audit system. Honorable Speaker, the ANC understands that financial oversight is not merely an accounting exercise. Budget must save the developmental instrument and improve the lives of our people. The committee, Honorable Speaker, we commend the fact that it has, in its work, involved our people, particularly through their visit to Pambanana, Apato, Makatini Irrigation Scheme, and Indingwe Tea Estate. The committee have demonstrated public expenditure that produces real economic outcome for our people. Honorable Speaker, the committee have also strengthened the public participation through involving our people, particularly around Opongolo, Danhausa, and Rain Konyeni. While we commend this, Honorable Speaker, it is essential that as an ANC we place it on record that the committee must continue to place its oversight. But ensuring that there is a balance sheet must never mean hindering the development. They must ensure and make sure that Treasury does not become a super department. The Treasury work to tighten necessary strings, but it does not hinder the development. The ANC support fiscal discipline, accountability, and responsible budget. However, the ANC rejects a rigid austerity mindset that delays infrastructural development, weakens state capacity, undermines economic transformation, and reproduces the historical inequalities. Fiscal discipline without developmental mandate becomes managerialism without humanity. A developmental state must possess both financial credibility and transformative capacity. It must balance accountability with bold intervention in favor of the poor, the working class, the women, the youth, and the marginalized. The work of this committee demonstrates that accountability and development are not contradictory objects. The committee have achieved all its targets for 2025-2026 financial year while simultaneously deepening oversight, strengthening public participation, and monitoring development. This is precisely the model of a developmental state we envisage as the ANC. The ANC, therefore, remain resolute in building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, a state that combines both clean governance, accelerated service delivery, economic transformation, and a people development in pursuit of social justice and shared prosperity. I thank you.
The next member. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable Mbata and honorable Mkize. Stop provoking other members and then cry as if you are attacked. Stop that. I did not see the insult, but I saw you crying whilst you have been sending gestures to members. Stop doing that. If you have something, Honorable Cassius Ganisa now, uyasifaka now. Tukhuluma no Honorable Mkhize no Honorable Mbata. Umuntu ento ofuna ukuyiraise, take your roll book, stand up and raise it. Honorable Mbata and Honorable Mkhize, stop what you are doing. Now, the next speaker for 8 minutes is Honorable TJ Protestant.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable members, you know, money makes the world go round. So therefore, Treasury is quite an important department. Unfortunately, unlike I know you would love to believe, there is no magic money tree north of Nkandla.
Honorable
Yes?
Protestant, your gestures may be construed to be doing something to direct members. Because when you are saying that, you are saying your hand like this. Please withdraw that and continue your debate.
I withdraw my hand gestures and apologize to the House. Speaker, contrary to popular belief north of Nkandla, there is no magic money tree. And so the pot's only so big. But anyway, back to the business at hand, Speaker. It is both an honour and a privilege to stand before you today to commend the Finance Portfolio Committee for the outstanding work it continues to carry out in pursuit of sound financial governance, particularly within the framework of its annual oversight plan for 2026-27. The Finance Portfolio Committee occupies a central and indispensable role in our democratic system. In line with its constitutional mandate, the committee exercises oversight over the provincial treasury and the broader financial performance of departments and public entities, ensuring that public funds are utilised in accordance with strategic priorities and legislative prescripts. This responsibility is fundamental to promoting accountability, transparency, and service delivery across government.
Honorable, take your seat, Honorable Member. What rule are you raising?
On Rule 57.
Honorable, I want to recognize you first. Honorable Mbata, take the floor. What rule are you rising on?
I'm rising on Rule 57(1)A, Hamba no Rule 75(1) and 2.
Mana lapho ke 57(1)A and 75(1) and 2. 75(1) and 2 is offensive or insulting words or gestures. A member may not use offensive, insulting, or discriminatory words or gestures against any member. The presiding officer may order that words or gestures that offend this rule be withdrawn and that an apology be issued. Which member has done that to which member?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The MEC for Finance, Honorable Rogers. When we were talking about Honorable Mafiga, that he must shake Honorable Mafiga's hand, he raised his middle finger. That's an insult. And if the speaker didn't see that, he can request a hand side, but he raised his middle finger. And then when he realizes that we see that he's raising his middle finger, he tried to cover it. But he raised his middle finger. That's an insult, and we take offense to that.
Okay, sit down.
Thank you.
The speaker first is she, her. Those are the pronouns that the speaker goes with. It's important because no one wants to diminish. Now, Honorable Rogers, may you stand, sir? There is an allegation that you've shown the members. I'm not sure who are those members. Olan, service officer, please. I am not sure, Honorable Mbata, when you say we. If you can clarify me on that point, who are the members that you say? Honorable Mbata, M-B-A-T-H-A.
Honorable Speaker, all of us on this side of the House.
Honorable Rogers, the allegation is that you have shown the middle finger to all of the members of the opposition. If you did that, withdraw it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd passed the comments about, oh, we are Tandi Rogers, we are Funa Shata, and then I did that with and a ring. And if it's misstrued, then they are playing politics here. That's exactly what I said. Siafuna Shata, Siatandu Rogers. There was no finger given.
Honorable MEC.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Rogers.
Honorable
Order. Oh, sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Honorable Rogers, stand on your seat. That's exactly what they had offended them. Now that you confirm, apologize and withdraw that.
Madam Speaker, I therefore divorce the MKP, return the ring, and apologize if my behavior was offensive.
No. Honorable Rogers. Honorable Rogers. Honorable Rogers, you are a senior member in this House. You are a senior member, one of the senior members. Seniority. I'm going to come to the members that are insulting Honorable Rogers. For now, I am on Honorable Rogers' behavior. You apologize and withdraw unconditionally, and you take your seat, sir.
Madam Speaker, I apologize and I withdraw unconditionally.
Thank you. Honorable H.S. Dlamini, stand, Honorable Member. Ngimzwile mina ukuthi wenzeni ngizoyachaza doctor. In the midst of what was being raised and other members that I may not have known who were there, you said uyadelela Rogers. Withdraw that. Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. It's nice that the altercation was also done by senior members. They understand what to do. Honorable members, please, I have been warning you on the gestures. There is this gesture that we all like. I am guilty of that. But that gesture can be offensive to the next person. We must be mindful of that. Myself and Honorable Mbata, we love this gesture. And it's not welcome by all members in the manner that we may. Now, other gestures are interpreted in a manner that can cause the House to be not inclusive. I want to ask the members to be mindful of the gestures. Thank you. Honorable Protestant, may you continue with your debate, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I shall keep my hands under control.
Sit, take a seat. Honorable Ngati, it was not your voice. There is a voice from your benches that said, "Tshela belungu hayi." I don't know who's that. Now, angmaza ngimzwanga ukuthi ngibani ngeke nibuze kumina unless a member has heard that. Unless a member has heard that, because I was looking this way. That's what was said here. Tshela belungu hayi thina. There is precedence in this House. A member named S. Sonjita in the 5th term had to withdraw that. We were in a sitting that took place at City Hall because that is discriminatory. Now, I may not know. We can go to Hansard to verify that, but we can also offer you from your benches to withdraw that on behalf of whoever from your caucus. Or we can go to the individual member via Hansard at a particular time. I'm giving it to you, Honorable Chief Whip.
No, thanks. Let me humbly withdraw on that one, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, please be responsible. Please. It's Africa Month, by the way. Honorable TJ Protestant, you may continue, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. You know, when
Mbata, what rule are you rising on? Take your seat.
Honourable Speaker, I'm rising again on the same rules that I raised in the House. And again, to the same honourable member. Now, as you are...
The record will not know who are you referring to when you say same rule. The record will not know when you say same member, which member are you speaking to?
Rule 57(1)A and Rule 75(1). Honorable Rogers, again, as he's sitting down there, when we were making the ruling on the matter, he sits down and he looks at me and says, "You are Nyanyisa." Honorable Rogers.
Yes.
No. Don't preempt me. Honorable Rogers, Honorable Kaula, ngenye imini nosihlekisa sipreside yazi. Honorable Rogers, stand up, sir. Did you say that? No, I'm asking Honorable Rogers.
I did not say that.
Okay. Honorable members, I want to go and check the Hansard.
Please do.
I will check the Hansard, honorable members. I don't want to bring myself in things that I did not hear or see. I will check on Hansard. We'll make a ruling at a certain time. Abanye bathu behleba. Ukhona umuntu ohluphayo la izansi kwakho honorable Thwala. I suspect ukuthi who is, but because angimboni ngizwa nje ngebhesi. Kunelungu elihluphayo. Yilona futhi leli beli ngathi belithi leli izwi ngathi yilo leli belikhuluma le nto siwithdrawiwe ngu-honorable uNtusi Yenkomo. Siyacela mhlonishwa uHadebe lungisa. Now we will move to can you allow Honorable Boltesat to debate? We're sorry, Honorable TJ.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This is going to be the most interrupted debate, and it's because nothing I've done. Anyway, you know, they often reflect, Speaker, that when the insults start, normally the argument has been lost. Right, so back to the business at hand. Honourable members, what stands out most about the Finance Committee's work is its structured, evidence-based and disciplined oversight approach. The committee systematically conducts budget hearings, mid-term performance reviews, which are vital, and closeout engagements with departments and public entities. In doing so, it ensures that the executive remains accountable not only for the allocation of funds, but also for the outcomes achieved with these funds. Importantly, the committee does not limit itself to desk-based analysis. Its oversight to the ground through focused intervention studies and site visits to critical projects such as agriculture initiatives and infrastructure programs. These engagements enable members to verify performance, information firsthand, assess value for money, and better understand the real impact of government spending on communities. Speaker, the committee has also demonstrated leadership in legislative processes. During the year under review, it processed key bills, including the Appropriation Bill and the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, and facilitated public hearings to solicit stakeholder input. This not only strengthens legislative oversight, but also ensures that financial decision-making remains transparent and inclusive. Equally commendable is the committee's commitment to public participation. By facilitating stakeholder engagements, including community-based sessions where Provincial Treasury presents its plans and budgets, the committee actively promotes democratic accountability and ensures citizens have a voice in the management of public finances. This approach reinforces public trust and enhances the legitimacy of government process. Honourable members, the tangible impact of the committee's oversight is reflected in the performance outcomes of the Provincial Treasury, led by Urojas. In the third quarter of 2025-26 financial year, the Treasury achieved an impressive 95% of its performance targets, with several programs reaching full achievement. This level of performance underscores the effectiveness of sustained oversight and constructive engagement between the committee and the executive. At the same time, the committee has not shied away from identifying challenges and driving corrective action. Issues such as procurement delays, accrual management, and capacity constraints have been rigorously interrogated, with clear recommendations put forward to strengthen systems and improve efficiency. This demonstrates that the committee's oversight is not merely compliance-driven, but is genuinely aimed at improving governance outcomes. The committee's work in tracking resolutions is another critical strength. Throughout the year, it has consistently followed up on commitments made by departments and ensured that responses to recommendations are received and acted upon. This persistence strengthens accountability and ensures that oversight translates into measurable improvements. Furthermore, the committee's support for the 2026-27 annual performance plan and budget vote 6, amounting to over 742 million, reflects its confidence in the strategic direction of Provincial Treasury and its alignment with developmental priorities. By carefully scrutinising and ultimately endorsing these plans, the committee ensures that public spending is directed towards achieving inclusive economic growth, improved service delivery, and good governance. As a responsible member of the KZN GPU, I am committed to thorough and unapologetic financial governance. And in this line, I must commend the Finance Portfolio Committee for its unwavering commitment to sound financial governance. Honourable Glungwane, who sadly is not with us here today, has never blocked uncomfortable scrutiny of financial issues. And I must state that I value our relationship as chairs responsible for financial oversight. Our work ensures that public resources are managed responsibly, that government remains accountable to the people, and that service delivery is continuously improved. We are not only custodians of the public purse, but also champions of transparency, integrity, and development. As we look to the future, may our work continue to inspire confidence in our institutions and contribute meaningfully to building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Before I conclude, I just want to say that this committee has worked across the party lines to get this work done. And so I salute every member of the Finance Committee, whether from the left or the right-hand side of the House. I thank you.
The next member for 7 minutes is the Honourable SP Sene. Yes, when she started speaking, the button get pressed. She started
Thank you so
speaking
much,
on the
Honourable
record.
Speaker. Inkosi yasemadungeni, the progressive forces on my left, honourable members, it's always a morning. I rise on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe to strongly oppose the adoption of this so-called annual performance report of Finance Portfolio Committee for 2025-2026 financial year. This document is a glossy exercise in its praise that fails to reflect the harsh realities facing the people of KwaZulu. It reads like a victory lap while our province continues to bleed from poor financial management, underspending, fruitless expenditure, and the suffering of our people. Honourable members, let us be honest. The committee pats itself on the back for adopting an annual oversight plan and conducting numerous hearings, workshops, international trips. Yet, where is the tangible improvement in the lives of the ordinary citizens of KwaDuguza, Endwet, Mkhanyakude, Uku, and anywhere else in the province? The report claims all targets were achieved. Achieved for whom? Certainly not for the unemployed youth, the struggling SMMEs waiting months for payments, and communities watching mega projects collapse into the white elephants. Look at the priorities listed: efficient use of budgets, full spending on conditional grants, number of over or underspending, timely payments of suppliers, and monitoring of projects. These are the same priorities this committee has listed for years, yet the problem persists. Provincial Treasury and the department continue to return unspent funds, while our hospitals lack medicines. Our roads remain potholed. disasters and infrastructure projects are delayed or abandoned. The report mentions close monitoring of progress and value for money on government-funded mega projects, but gives us no concrete evidence of recoveries, oversight by press release. The handling of the budget process itself exposes chaos. The MEC tables the budget, withdraws it after
cost containment measures, and improve efficiency on the delivery of services to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. 6, as Umkhonto where we will hold this useless, illegitimate, despotic provincial government accountable for fiscal discipline, as it is key and foremost in strengthening financial controls in order to restore fiscal sustainability in government departments, public entities, and municipalities with the sole aim of reducing the debt burden of the province of KwaZulu. There are targets identified and prioritized by this despot, the Finance Committee, this illegitimate Finance Committee, that they have identified targets for 2026-27 financial year, and they are as follows. Cheers. One, full spending in all conditional grants. That was one of their targets. The so-called GPU has failed dismally in this regard. Full expenditure across all government departments is not achieved, with specific sectors and municipal projects continuing to underperform. Madam Speaker, by the 31st of December 2025, KZN municipalities had only spent 39% of their total direct conditional grant allocation for 2025-2026 financial year. 2, several infrastructure grants, including municipal disaster recovery grants, integrated national electrification program, and metro informal settlement partnership grants, frequently perform poorly. It often falls below 40% expenditure halfway through the financial year. 3, despite receiving 44 million rand in direct conditional grants for 2024-25 financial year, some reports indicate that as of late in the financial year, only a fraction had been spent, leading to urgent and often unsuccessful efforts roll over funds. 4, full spending on ring-fence budgets allocated for specific purposes in money bill on social service sector ring-fence budget allocation for 26-27 include education received an additional 647 million, health received an additional 1.4 billion, 5, the payment of suppliers. 5, this finance committee should monitor the payment of suppliers timelessly, which they are failing. Again, the provincial GPU is failing even to monitor the payment of suppliers timelessly. We know, we have seen in the media how suppliers are not paid timelessly. The Department of Health owes 1.7 billion to businesses in KwaZulu-Natal, with over 1,500 unpaid invoices. Our scholar transport operators accused the MEC of Duma for not fulfilling his promises. It's an allegation which we will not say that it is true, but it's an allegation. Because as Umkhonto we will not use the scholar transport as an opportunistic political tool to score political points, because it affects our learners, as our people. But we have noticed some of these political parties in the so-called GPU using the non-payment of service providers, especially by the transport department, as a political weapon against one of their partners. We will not be part of such political opportunism by the DA and other members. Madam Speaker, there is this, and I have to say this here, there is this thing, Madam Speaker, that's called, it's in effect, it is scientifically known as, and I open quote, pet owner lookalike effect, the pet owner lookalike effect. You know, it is a problem that we have on this side of the House, and especially a problem for the former liberation movement sitting here. You know, sometimes when you're married to somebody, your partner for too long, then you start looking like your partner. Sometimes if when you have a dog for too long, you start looking like your dog, you know. And that effect is starting to show on this side here. And the liberation movement needs to wake up. Because now you can't even see the difference anymore. You start looking the same, exactly the same. And the masses out there see yourself exactly as the same. And as there's this phrase, Madam Speaker, and I want to open quote, if you lie down with dogs, you get up with fleas, close quote. And I want to make a practical example. I don't have much time. Yeah, no? I'll make a practical example, but I don't have time. I went to Ikopo this weekend. I went to Gonatre. I went to a funeral of a very good friend of a very good friend of mine. To his funeral, he's from the area where the Honorable Kaba is from Center Cow. And when I got to this funeral, I saw the big ANC funeral and massive ANC funeral. And then when I look at the program, my son showed me, said, look, you're on the program here. So I had to address an ANC meeting. But I will tell you outside this meeting what had happened there. The ANC has totally destroyed themselves in this province of KwaZulu-Natal.
Honorable members, order. Dr. Mahlaba, please. The next member is for 6 minutes, the Honorable Dr. A.C. Viela. Hayibo, ndicela ukumprotect umhlonishwa.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, greetings once again. Having reflected on the work of the committee, it's necessary that we now turn to the standard we set for ourselves going forward. Oversight must evolve beyond observing and reporting and must begin to influence outcomes in a consistent and measurable way. The question before us is whether our current approach is sufficient to alter the trajectory of financial management and service delivery in this province. There are areas where greater precision is required. The first relates to the relationship between planning and execution. Too often, departments demonstrate strength at the level of planning, yet struggle when it comes to implementation. This gap is where resources are lost, timelines collapse, and public confidence is eroded. Oversight must therefore interrogate not only what is planned, but whether the institutional capacity exists to deliver on those plans. The second concern is around the quality of expenditure. It is possible for departments to spend within approved budgets and still fail to achieve intended outcomes. Compliance with budgetary limits does not necessarily translate into efficiency or effectiveness. This legislature must therefore begin to place greater emphasis on outcome-based assessment, where expenditure is evaluated against tangible results. A third area requiring attention is the coordination between departments and entities. Many of the challenges observed in infrastructure and service delivery are not isolated failures. They arise from fragmentation, where responsibilities are divided but accountability is diffused. Projects delay not because of a single point of failure, but because of weak alignment across institutions. Strengthening coordination is therefore central to improving delivery. Honourable members, there's also a need to confront the issue of consequence management with greater seriousness. Where financial mismanagement, wasteful expenditure, or persistent underperformance is identified, the response must be clear and consistent. In too many instances, findings are recorded, recommendations are made, yet there is little indication that accountability follows. This creates a pattern where the same weaknesses appear and reappear across reporting cycles, suggesting that corrective action is either delayed or insufficient. Consequence management must therefore move beyond acknowledgement and into enforcement. Officials who preside over repeated failures must be required to account, and where necessary, corrective steps must be visible and time-bound. Without this, oversight risks losing its institutional weight, as it signals that non-compliance carries limited risk. For this House to maintain its authority, consequence management must be applied with consistency and seriousness so that accountability is not theoretical but operational. At the same time, it's important that we recognize and reinforce areas of good performance. Departments and entities that demonstrate sound financial management and effective delivery should not be treated as exceptions. Their practices must be studied and, where possible, institutionalized across the administration. Another matter that requires emphasis is the role of data and information in strengthening oversight. The quality of decisions taken by this legislature is dependent on the quality of information that it receives. Incomplete, delayed, or inconsistent reporting undermines the ability of members to exercise their responsibilities effectively. There is therefore a need to continue improving the reliability and timeliness of financial and performance data. Honourable Speaker, we must also reflect on the broader purpose of financial governance. It is not an end in itself. It is a means through which the state fulfills its developmental mandate. Every allocation, every project, and every program must ultimately be assessed against its contribution to improving the conditions of our people. This requires a shift in emphasis. Oversight must become more deliberate, more probing, and more focused on impact. It must ask hard and difficult questions where progress is unclear, and it must insist on clarity where explanations are insufficient. In the current financial year, this legislature has an opportunity to deepen its approach. It can refine how it tracks implementation, how it engages with departments, and how it measures success. The foundation has been laid. The responsibility is now to build on it with greater discipline and consistency. Honourable members, the task before this House is to ensure that implementation is taking place, that projects are moving, and that public expenditure is producing results. The report before us provides a basis for strengthening financial oversight. It also places a responsibility on this House to ensure that oversight translates into improved performance across the administration. That responsibility cannot be deferred. It must be exercised with clarity, firmness, and with consistency. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, honourable members. We have now had the members debating. We call upon the member acting on behalf of the chairperson to come and present for 5 minutes the response to the debate. Honourable CQ Maldopa.
Honourable Speaker, today we are not merely debating a report, we are reflecting on a year of committed service, diligent oversight and collective responsibility in fulfilling one of the most important mandates of this legislature, the responsibility to ensure accountability in the management of public services. This report clearly demonstrates that the Portfolio Committee on Finance has discharged its constitutional and legislative responsibilities with excellence, discipline, and commitment. Honourable Speaker, one of the strongest indicators of the committee's effectiveness is that it achieved its planned targets for the 2025-26 financial year. That is not a small achievement. It is evidence of focused leadership, teamwork, and clear understanding of the committee's mandate. Throughout the year, the committee remained firmly focused on key priorities as presented in this House before. One of the greatest strengths of this committee has been its dedication to public participation. The committee ensured that the voice of ordinary citizens became part of the democratic processes. That is how democracy must work. Honourable Speaker, allow me to appreciate the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Finance, Honourable M. Dlungwana. Thank you, Honourable Chair, for your leadership, direction, and dedication throughout the year. We appreciate you, wish you a speedy recovery. Honourable Speaker, I wish to sincerely thank honourable members and the Finance Portfolio Committee. Your discipline, commitment, robust engagement, and collective wisdom made this success possible. This report reflects your hard work. It reflects long hours spent scrutinizing budgets, interrogating reports, conducting oversight visits, engaging communities, and ensuring that every target in the annual oversight plan was met. Your contribution has strengthened accountability in the government and enhanced public confidence in this legislature. Lastly, Honourable Chair, we appreciate the Provincial Treasury with the support they have given us as a Portfolio Committee, all departments and entities, and support of the staff of the legislature whose cooperation made this achievement possible. Honourable Speaker, I must talk to the colleague. I think some of the colleagues did not understand the mandate of this particular committee. The way they are talking about service delivery that is not part of this report. There are relevant committees that deals with the basic needs and service delivery. But the Finance Portfolio Committee plays an oversight on the work of Treasury. It also, the other responsibility, they play oversight on the KZN Provincial Treasury, and it does lawmaking, you know, as you hear that the presentation on this committee. I think, Honorable Chair, I must appreciate the teamwork that we are having in the committee. But when the colleagues comes here, they grandstand. But the teamwork that we have in the portfolio committee, the achievement that we are having, it's all the members of this house from different political parties. I don't know what happens when they come here on the podium. They forget on what we are dealing with. We are dealing with the achievement of the AOP of the committee. But you can't come here and say that this is not what was discussed. So I think we must have a workshop and understand the mandate of this committee so that when we come here, we don't deal with the issues of transport, of water, and so on, because there are relevant committees that are dealing to that.
Order, honourable members.
I think, Honourable Seme, to oppose your good work that you have done, that you have achieved. I don't know why you come and oppose it, because in the committee you contribute to the committee. But I think, Honourable Speaker, we really appreciate the work for all the other committees.
Thank you so
Honourable
much, Honourable
Speaker. Thank you.
Mazopa. Honourable members. Honourable members. Honourable members, we have come to the end of the debate of the Portfolio Committee of Finance. We will move on to the next item in the agenda, which is 8.2, the debate of the reports of the Chairperson of the Portfolio on Health and the achievement of the targets of the annual performance plan of the financial year 2025-2026. Honourable members, I therefore call upon the Honourable Member from the MKP, Honourable MBZ Cele, for 7 minutes. Honourable members, we are about to begin our second debate. Please, can we concentrate?
Greetings, Honourable Speaker. MK Party Leader Nkosi Yasematungeni, Umhlonishwa uQhiliza. The MKP Chief Whip, Honourable Mngadi, honourable members in the House. Honourable Speaker, the people of KwaZulu-Natal continue to face a healthcare system that is failing to meet their basic constitutional rights. Across the province, communities are confronted daily by collapsing infrastructure, chronic staff shortages, poor administration, inadequate equipment, and deteriorating conditions in public healthcare facilities. These realities are no longer isolated incidents. They have become systemic failures. The Umkhonto weSizwe Party notes and supports the report.
Sorry, Honourable Member. Honourable members, can we please respect the member on the podium? I cannot hear her and her debate. If we are speaking, can we please speak in a lower voice? Thank you. Honourable Sangwen.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Umkhonto weSizwe Party notes and supports the report tabled by the Portfolio Committee on Health with concerns. Umkhonto weSizwe notes the findings contained in the report and acknowledge the oversight work undertaken by the committee during the 2025 and 2026 financial year. However, this report paints deeply concerning picture of the state of the healthcare in the KwaZulu. It confirms what committees have long been saying: the healthcare system is under severe strain, and many public institutions are no longer functioning at acceptable standards. Grace Hospital issue with the dysfunctional air conditioning system in theatre is a major concern. It has not been working for a long time. We understand a consultant has been appointed to work on it, but there seems to be no sense of urgency to prioritize the matter. The report highlights persistent failures in government planning, accountability, and severe service delivery. Akwamukelekile neze ukubona isimo sisibi kangaka. Staff shortages remain unresolved. Hospital linen and gowns are ihlazo. Essential equipment is either unavailable or not functioning. Kubuhlungu ukuthi abantu abaningi baphoqeka ukulinda amahora amaningi ukuze bathole usizo lwezempilo. Honorable Speaker, the report further exposes serious weaknesses in the financial management and departmental planning. There is a clear disconnect between budget allocation and the realities faced by the healthcare institutions on the ground. Despite repeated oversight findings over several years, many of the same problems continue to reappear. This reflects a pattern of poor governance, weak implementation, and insufficient accountability. Kuyacaca ukuthi kunezinkinga ezijulile ekuphatheni komnyango. Somlomo. Equally concerning is the issue of transparency and cooperation with oversight structures. The report indicates ongoing challenges relating to incomplete information delay, response, and non-compliance with document requests made by committee. This undermines accountability and weakens the ability of the legislature to exercise oversight. Oversight visits conducted across various healthcare institutions continue to reveal recurring problems: aging infrastructure maintenance backlog, equipment shortages, poor facilities conditions, inconsistent management practices. Ungabi bikho kwenhloko yomnyango kuma oversight visits kuyinkinga enkulu ngoba kuyiyona ekwazi ukuchaza ngokujulile izinselelo zokusebenza kanye nezingqinamba kumnyango yabo ebhekene nazo. Lokhu kwenza kube nzima ukuthi ezempilo eziqondene nokuthatha izinqumo eziphusile ngesikhathi sokubhekwa komsebenzi kahulumeni. Honorable Speaker, I thank you. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much, Honorable Cele. The next honorable member for 6 minutes from the IFP is Honorable NJ Nkwanyana.
Madam Speaker, honorable MECs who are present here, all the members of the legislature. I rise to participate in this debate by first acknowledging the leadership of the KwaZulu-Natal provincial government under the Honorable Premier Tamintuli. The government of provincial unity continues to demonstrate its commitment to cooperate, governance, public accountability, and the progressive realization of service delivery for the people of this province. The IFP notes the reports presented by the Honorable Chairperson and commends the work of the Portfolio Committee in highlighting key challenges confronting the Department of Health. The issues raised are not unfamiliar to this House, as they consistently emerge through oversight visits, committee engagements, and budgetary review processes. It is therefore critical that these findings are not only recorded, but translated into measurable corrective action by the department, while the committee continues to exercise its constitutional oversight role without hesitation. We must acknowledge that many of the challenges facing the department are significantly influenced by financial constraints and systemic pressures within the public healthcare system. The Honorable MEC has repeatedly articulated these realities in committee engagements. However, while fiscal constraints are a reality, they cannot be used to justify inefficiencies where improvements can still be achieved through stronger management, communication, and administrative discipline. It would therefore be inaccurate and unhelpful to describe the department as being in crisis, as there remains clear room for improvement and institutional strengthening. At the same time, the IFP is firmly of the view that where there is clear negligence or failure in the execution of duties by officials, consequence management must follow. Public confidence in the healthcare system cannot be restored in incompetence is tolerated. Healthcare system cannot be tolerated without accountability. The principle of consequence management must therefore be applied consistently and without fear or favor. One of the most persistent concerns identified during oversight is the quality of patient care, particularly in relation communication, staff conduct, and the treatment of vulnerable patients While we acknowledge the immense pressure under which healthcare workers operate, it remains non-negotiable that patients must be treated with dignity, respect, and compassion in line with the principle of Batupele. In this regard, I wish to cite a recent oversight visit to the Nwete Community Healthcare Center on the 5th of May 2026, following a complaint from a mother who alleged that she was treated in a dismissive and disrespectful manner by a nurse when seeking clarity of medication prescribed to her child. During engagement with facility engagements, it was acknowledged that communication had not been adequately handled and that the principle of Batupele had not been fully observed in the interaction. It was further clarified that the child's condition had in fact been correctly diagnosed as tuberculosis in a non-severe form and that the prescribed treatment was appropriate. However, this case highlights a broader system challenge, namely the urgent need to strengthen communication between healthcare professionals and patients and to ensure that empathy and professionalism are consistently upheld in all facilities. The matter also reflects operational pressures at facility level, including severe staff constraints. In this instance, only 2 nurses are responsible for TB tracing and related home visits, which places significant strain on service delivery. This underscores the need for improved human resource planning and support at facility level. Another critical concern is the persistent challenge of a long waiting times, shortages of ambulances, and delays in emergency medical response. These challenges are particularly acute in rural and underserved areas, where delays in emergency response can be life-threatening consequences. It is therefore imperative that the department prioritizes strengthening emergency medical service and expands ambulance capacity to ensure timely intervention across the province. We also urge the department to accelerate infrastructure improvements as healthcare facilities, particularly those that deteriorating or lack adequate capacity to meet service demands. The delays in addressing water challenges.
Thank you so much.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nkwanyana.
Ngixolele nje namhlanje.
Order, Honorable Nkwanyana. Honorable members, the next honorable member for 4 minutes from the ANC is Honorable HGS Mavimbela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, healthcare remains one of the most important expressions of the ANC commitment
Order, honorable members,
to human dignity, equality, and social justice. For millions of our poor and working class people across KwaZulu-Natal, the public health care system is not an abstract ideologically talking point, but a system that carries the sick, supports the vulnerable, delivers babies, treats the trauma victims, and sustains communities daily. It is within public clinics, hospital, and emergency medical service that the democratic state continues confronting the painful legacy of apartheid inequality, where quality health care was historically reserved for privileged minority, while the black majority was systematically neglected and underdeveloped. It is therefore important that discussion around healthcare oversight remains grounded in honesty, context, and developmental responsibility. The Health Portfolio Committee must be commended for conducting intensive oversight within the sector operating under immense fiscal and operational pressure. Without reducing challenges confronting public health care into simplistic, opportunistic, and shallow mindset about the collapsed system, while deliberately ignoring the broader realities facing the sector nationally and globally. Oversight must indeed strengthen governance and accountability, but it must also remain responsible, evidence-based, and solution-oriented. The committee's own report acknowledges that the department is operating under severe financial strain caused by unfunded mandate, reduction in foreign aid, and national determined wage obligation. These pressures are really fiscal constraints directly affecting the department's ability to balance growing health care demands with limited resources. Yet, despite these challenges, the department led by the MEC Nomagugu Smelane of the African National Congress persevered in absorbing primary health care workers and personnel initially appointed during the COVID-19 pandemic in order to maintain continuity of care and protect frontline care services. That decision reflects an important political and moral commitment. The department chose to protect the healthcare access and sustain frontline services rather than abandoning communities and healthcare workers during the difficult fiscal period. For some, we know that it would have been easier to reduce personnel and scale back services under the gaze of the austerity. Instead, the ANC-led department understood that healthcare cannot simply be approached through narrow financial calculation while communities remain heavily dependent on already pressured public facility. The democratic state carries a responsibility to protect the people, particularly the poor and the vulnerable, even under constrained conditions. Honorable Deputy Speaker, there is a deep contradiction in the posture adopted by some parties on healthcare. The same political voices who now suddenly speak passionately about our healthcare system continue opposing transformative intervention such as national health insurance, whose central objective is to progressively ensure equitable access to equality healthcare for all South Africans. Even in their own public arguments, they acknowledge that all South Africans deserve better healthcare, yet they continue resisting structural transformation because fundamentally they remain uncomfortable with the idea that quality healthcare must become a social right and equally by all. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The next honorable member for 8 minutes from the Democratic Alliance, Honorable S.V. de Boer.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the legislature, MEC for Health.
Order, honorable members. There's someone on the podium.
It is my honor to to present this report on the work of the Portfolio Committee on Health during the 2025-26 financial year. The Portfolio Committee on Health, established in terms of Rule 195 of the Standing Rules of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, remains committed to fulfilling its constitutional mandate of oversight, lawmaking, and public participation in relation to Vote 7, the Department of Health. During the year under review, the committee operated within a constrained oversight environment characterized by limited institutional time, competing provincial priorities, and uneven levels of departmental accountability. Despite these challenges, the committee adopted a deliberate, interventionist, and evidence-driven oversight approach. Our focus shifted beyond procedural compliance towards outcome-based oversight that prioritized service delivery impact, system efficiency, and accountability. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the committee's engagement with the draft 2026-27 Annual Performance Plan and Budget provided an important opportunity to assess whether departmental planning is responsive, realistic, and implementable. While the department complied with procedural requirements, the committee identified several structural weaknesses. These included a misalignment between budget allocations and service delivery pressures, especially within emergency medical services, continued under-prioritization of infrastructure, maintenance, despite deteriorating facilities, and inadequate integration between human resources planning and actual service delivery demand. The committee therefore emphasized that compliance with deadlines cannot replace credible and integrated planning linked to measurable outcomes. The committee also tabled its budget report for Vote 7 and identified several serious fiscal pressures facing the department. These include unfunded mandates, nationally determined wage agreements, and the continued absorption of COVID-19 contract personnel without sufficient budgetary provision. Particular concern was raised regarding the strain these pressures placed on frontline health services. As a result, the committee prioritized emergency medical services through a focused intervention study aimed at strengthening oversight, accountability, and sustained monitoring in this critical area. Honourable Deputy Speaker, throughout the year, the committee considered quarterly and annual performance reports of the department. However, this process was significantly undermined by recurring administrative challenges, such as late submissions of reports, revised reports differing from analysed versions, and limited time for meaningful engagement. The postponement of the 24-25 third quarter report due to competing departmental priorities raised concerns about the department's commitment to legislative accountability. Despite these limitations, the committee ensured that all engagements were supported by technical evidence and independent analysis to strengthen the quality of oversight. The committee further strengthened accountability through monthly tracking of resolutions. Unfortunately, this process consistently exposed delayed implementation, repetitive reporting without measurable progress, and a lack of consequence management for non-compliance. One of the most significant interventions undertaken during the year was the focused intervention study on KwaZulu-Natal's EMS. The study, conducted across 6 districts, exposed deep systematic inefficiencies affecting emergency response capabilities across the province. Key findings included insufficient, poorly maintained EMS fleets, prolonged response times, particularly in rural communities, and serious human resource constraints. These findings point to a system under severe strain with direct implications for patient outcomes and public confidence. The committee has therefore resolved to continue this intervention into the next financial year to ensure sustained oversight and corrective action. The committee also conducted several oversight visits, including scheduled, unannounced, and reactive visits to health facilities across the province. These visits revealed recurring challenges such as aging infrastructure, equipment shortages, and inconsistent management effectiveness across facilities. In addition, the committee undertook proactive festive season readiness oversight visits, despite these not forming part of the original annual program. The visits highlighted the growing pressure on emergency and trauma services and reinforced the importance of interdepartmental coordination in improving emergency response capacity during high demand periods. Honourable Deputy Speaker, despite numerous constraints, the committee achieved several notable successes during the year under review. These included improving the identification and claiming of unclaimed bodies through public awareness initiatives, strengthening collaboration with the private sector on infrastructure improvements, and enhancing intergovernmental coordination during peak service delivery periods. The committee also strengthened relationships with Chapter 9 institutions and institutionalized the festive season oversight program as a standing feature of the legislature's annual oversight program. However, serious challenges remain. In conclusion, while the committee substantially met its target for the 25-26 financial year, it remains clear that oversight must move beyond procedural compliance towards enforceable accountability. Lastly, the committee extends its appreciation to members of the Portfolio Committee, the legislature support staff, stakeholders, and communities who contributed to strengthening oversight visits during the year under review. I thank you.
Thank you so much. The next honourable member for 8 minutes from the MKP, Honourable N.M. Gasa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Ngibingelele Deputy Speaker, ngibingelele inkosi yaseMatungeni, ngibingelele ama-honourable members, abantu bas-KwaZulu-Natal. I think, Honourable Deputy Speaker, it's high time that we set the record straight. As Umkhonto weSizwe, we are not here to play any games. And we are not be silenced, we are not be bored, and we are not be intimidated by any remarks. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Constitution is absolutely clear. Section 27(1)(a) of the Constitution states that everyone has the right to have access to healthcare services. Not some people, not politically connected people, not only those with medical aids, but everyone. Section 27(2) further compels the state to take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of these rights. But what progressive realization are we speaking about when hospitals are collapsing? What progressive realization exists when patients sleep on floors in casualty wards? What progressive realization exists when critical posts remain vacant while millions are lost through irregular expenditure? Honourable Deputy Speaker, the report is highlighting that the committee met its targets. But, Deputy Speaker, let me say this clearly. The ANC-led government is celebrating itself for doing the bare minimum. They want us to clap because they held a few meetings. They want us to cheer because they visited a few clinics. But, Deputy Speaker, the people of KwaZulu-Natal are not clapping because their clinics have no medicine, because their ambulances do not come, because their hospitals are falling apart.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, allow me ukuthi ngidlulise amazwi enduduzo emndenini wasenanda kaVanatu la kwashona khona ubhuti wakhona ekuthiwa uSifiso ngenxa yokuthi balinda ubusuku bonke belinde iambulance kodwa yangafika uDawu uSifiso. The MK Party is the official opposition. We did not come here to play any games. We came to tell the truth. And the truth is this committee is failing the people of KwaZulu-Natal. The ANC controls everything and still fails. Deputy Speaker, let us be honest about who is in charge. The ANC controls the Department of Health. The ANC controls the department, controls the committee. The ANC controls the chairperson. So if the department is failing, whose fault is it? The same hands that write these reports are the same hands that run the department. And what do we see? Page 13 of the report says the department only sends documents 50% of the time. Half the time they ignore the committee. And who is running the committee? The ruling. So let me ask, why can you not control your own department? You cannot complain about non-compliance when you are the government. You are the government. You postponed meetings, that is negligence alone. Deputy Speaker, the report admits that meetings were postponed. One meeting was cancelled because of the G20 Health Work Group. Another one was cancelled because of cabinet programs. 2 meetings were postponed because of clashes. And the third quarter report was delayed because the department was unavailable. Deputy Speaker, the MK Party says it's enough. People are dying while you attend G20 meetings. People are dying while you sit in cabinets. If you cannot manage your time, step aside. Allow us to do the job. The official opposition is ready. The MK Party is ready. 2 hours per meeting is just a joke. The report says 2 hours is not enough. They complain that they cannot get extra meeting slots. Speaker, listen to me carefully. You have been in power for 30 years and you still cannot organize your own meeting schedules. That is not a resource problem. That is a competence problem. The MK Party will not accept these excuses. If 2 hours is not enough, fight for more hours. If the slot is taken, take it back, but do not sit here and cry about time while the health system is collapsing. Deputy Speaker, there are no consequence management. No, there's no fear. Speaker, this is the most dangerous part. The report says there is no consequence management for non-compliance. Let me translate that for the people at home. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it means the department can ignore the committee and nothing happens to them. No one is fired, no one is suspended, no one goes to jail. The GPU runs both sides, so why would they punish themselves? The MK Party says this must change. We need real consequences. We need officials held personally responsible. We need Chapter 17 of the standing rules to be used, not just mentioned. Because right now there is no fear, and when there is no fear, there is no accountability. The chairperson is not the enemy, but he is not the solution either. Deputy Speaker, let me be clear. I respect the chairperson as a person. That is not personal, but politically, the chairperson represents a system that is broken. He delivered a report that says we met our targets, but the same report says the department only complies 50% of the time. Do you see the contradictions? You cannot claim victory when the people you are supposed to oversee ignore you. The MK Party says, stop celebrating, start fighting. What the MK Party demands, Speaker, we are the official opposition. We do not just complain. We offer solutions. Here is what the MK Party demands. Firstly, the committee must add a new target for 2026-2027, 90% departmental compliance with documents request. If the department fails, the chairperson must invoke Chapter 17. Okwesibili, Deputy Speaker, no meeting shall be postponed for cabinet or G20 ever again. The People's Health comes first. Okwesithathu, consequence management must be institutionalized. Lastly, the committee must report every quarter not on its own activities, but on how many resolutions the department has implemented. Those are our demands. We will not back down. Honorable Speaker, the ANC-led government has had 30 years to fix health. You had 30 years to fix health. And today, we are still experiencing ambulances that take hours. Clinics still have no drugs. Hospitals still leak when it rains. The committee met its targets on paper, but not on the ground. The people of KZN are suffering. The MK party is the only opposition. We will not be silent. Amanda!
Thank you so much, Honorable Gasa. Honorable members, the next honorable member for 4 minutes from the EFF, Honorable Tinkos. Order, honorable members. Honorable Nkosi is on the podium. You may start, honorable member.
Sekela somlomo ngiyabingelela kuwena ngibingelela kwa wonke amalunga akhona kulendlu ngibingelela kwangqongqoshe bonke ngibingelele dabezitha ngiyakhuleka kuwena somlomo umbiko lesikhuluma ngawo la namhlanje umbiko wethu njengamalunga ekomiti esiwaziyo esihlala njengoba sihlala kuleli komiti lezempilo muhle umbiko wekomiti uveziwe ukuthi yebo ikomiti liyahlala emhlangano nomnyango wezempilo kanjalo nemhlangano yokuqondisa. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are not a committee of adopting a report. Konke lokho kubhalwe la ephepheni akuzixazulula inkinga zabantu bakithi ezindaweni zasemakhaya abalinda amahora belinda ama-ambulance abanye beze beshonele ezitobhini emabhaleni belinde ama-ambulance. Lokhu kuyimbangela yokuthi lo mnyango awunayo imali eyanele yokwandisa isibalo sama-ambulance nokukhandisa kwama-ambulance afini. Lo mnyango unqundwe amandla okubhekana nezimo eziphuthumayo ezahlukene ngokunikwa isabelomali esalingene. Sekela somlomo kuyakhathaza ke ukuthi lo mnyango ubhekene nezinkinga zezimali ezinye zazo ezidalwa ubugebengu bokungasetshenziswa kwezimali ngendlela kanye nenkohlakalo. Izigidi zezimali zabakhokhi intela ziyasetshenziswa ngaphandle kokulandela imigomo efanele yokuthenga izinsiza sebenza kodwa there is no sense of agency when it comes to implementing consequence management. Kunaloko silesitshena nge-fraud and prevention plans kodwa akukho la kubanjwa khona ababandakenyayo enkohlakalweni Sekela somlomo umthetho
Order. Honorable Semi, please can you stand up? Aiku order wena. Can you please withdraw and apologize? We are all honorable members here. Order. No, honorable members.
I withdraw.
And apologize, please. Honorable members, please, there's only one presiding officer here. Continue, please, Honorable Semi.
And apologize.
Thank you so much. You may be seated. Thank you.
Sekela somlomo umthetho sisekelo waseningizimu Afrika ngaphansi kwesigaba sama-27 ukubeka ngokusobala ukuthi wonke umuntu unelungelo lokuthola usizo lwezempilo mahala. Lokhu kusho ukuthi uhulumeni unesibopho sokwakha nokuxhasa uhlelo lwezempilo olusebenza ngendlela efanele ukuze wonke umuntu akwazi ukuthola usizo lwezempilo ngesikhathi esifanele. Kuyicala elibomvu ke lokho okwenziwa ulohulumeni wobumbano kulesifundazwe saKwaZulu ukuhluleka ukuhlinzeka abantu ngezempilo. Sekela somlomo siyiqembu le-EFF sithi nazi isombululo esizibalile ukuze lo mnyango ukwazi ukuphefumula abantu besizakala. Akufakwe imali eyanele ukuze kuqashwe odokotela, abahlengikazi nabasebenzi bezempilo abanele ukuze abantu bakithi besheshe bethole usizo lokwelashwa. Number 2, akufakwe imali ethe xaxa ku primary health care ukuze imitholampilo ikwazi ukuvula 24/7. Akwandiswe isabelo mali ukuze kwandiswe isibalo sama ambulance kuphinde kulungise nalawo alimele. Akuqede uhlelo lwamathenda, abantu abaqashwe ngaphakathi ukuze kuncishiswe izindleko. Laba ababandakanyeka enkohlakalweni abathathelwe izinyathelo ezinqala. Umnyango awulethe imibiko ngesikhathi esibekiwe kukomiti. Ikomiti alinikeze olengezele isikhathi esithe xaxa. Lamahola amabili anikezwa ikomiti mancane ukuthi singakwazi ukuthi sigxile ezinkingeni ezibhekane nalomnyango. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nkosi. The next honorable member for 4 minutes from the NFP is Honorable CM Shinga, but she has tabled her apologies, so we shall move on to the next member, who is Honorable SMM Kize from the ANC for 4 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Leader of Government Business, Mtombeni, honorable members, Honorable Deputy Speaker, through your office and the office of the Chair of Chairs, I think it will be very important that members be taken to another training where they can be able to differentiate between a report, a debate on the report of the Portfolio Committee and the debate on the report of the department.
Honorable Mkiza, sorry, just please hold on. Honorable members, please can you switch off your mics because it is being recorded. Thank you so much. You may continue, Honorable Mkiza.
Honorable
Mkiza.
I apologize and I withdraw, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
She has apologized and withdrawn.
Unfortunately, for the ideologically hollow and reactionary populists, oversight and accountability are not inventions of opportunistic politics. They are constitutional principles deliberately championed and entrenched by the African National Congress through South Africa's democratic order to ensure that public institutions remain accountable to the people and responsive to their needs. The ANC understood from the beginning that democracy could not simply transfer to political power while leaving state institutions insulated from scrutiny and public accountability. That is why Portfolio Committee exists not as platforms for political gimmicks and theater and manufactured outrage, but as instruments to strengthen governance, improve service delivery, and advance the developmental objectives of the democratic state. It therefore becomes very important that oversight remains responsible, evidence-based, and grounded in genuine commitment to improving outcomes for communities. Honorable members, the ANC supports the firm oversight of this Portfolio Committee because accountability strengthens. What we reject, however, is the increasingly reckless tendency by some to weaponize every potential operational difficulty, every infrastructure challenge, and every institutional pressure as part of a deliberate campaign to collapse public confidence in the healthcare system itself. We also appreciate this Health Portfolio Committee, which undertook extensive oversight interventions throughout the year, including focused intervention studies on EMS, health functionality monitoring programs, festive season readiness states, and direct inspection of healthcare facilities across the province. These interventions demonstrate that democratic institutions as a whole are not retreating from the challenges confronting the healthcare sector, but are actively engaging them, even though oversight monitoring and even through oversight monitoring and direct intervention. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC's approach to governance has always been rooted in building capable institutions, strengthening democratic accountability, and ensuring that oversight processes produce practical outcomes for communities. ANC has always understood that governance cannot take place outside the people. Democratic accountability becomes meaningful only when communities are empowered to engage institutions directly. It is therefore significant that the committee continued facilitating stakeholder engagements and public participation processes as part of its oversight work. Communities themselves were given platforms to engage institutions, raise concerns affecting healthcare delivery, and shape oversight priorities within their localities. This remains one of the defining features of the democratic order under the leadership of the ANC governance, rooted amongst the people themselves, not governance performed above them through press conferences and political spectacles. Honorable members, the healthcare challenges confronting KwaZulu-Natal are real. No serious leader denies that, but serious leadership also requires honesty about the complexity of governance and the pressures confronting healthcare systems nationally and globally. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC remains committed in rebuilding public healthcare system that is capable and responsible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Order, Honorable Gasa. Honorable members, the next honorable member for 9 minutes from the MKP is Honorable M.S. Mtetwa.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Ngibingelele my members in the House. Ngibingelele my President Nqamalala Nkandla. Ngibingelele inkosi yaseMadungeni. Ngibingelele my Chief Whip. And greetings to all South Africans abasibukele emakhaya. Special greetings to leadership here IFP. And invite them ukuthi bazivakashele lapha eMajuba babone umkhandlo wabo wenzani lapha. Sawazi ngisho nokuhamba even iveni ayisekho enough ukuhamba eMajuba. Ama-pothole asinawo kodwa i-IFP ibhizi ithi ifuna ukuthi iphinde ibe ku-leadership. Madam Speaker, one quote is often attributed to Albert Einstein, which says, I quote, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results is insanity. And sinenhlanhla-ke la in this administration because sinabantu abakade abahlala kuzo ley'hlalo lezi mhlambe sasesema-high school bekhona la eParliament. Mhlambe kusamele bake basitshele ukuthi kena kuqalweni ukwenza lento le over and over without ama-results. Bese siyibona ukuthi kena are we not part of this nut? You see, the report is very clear and it's a very good and detailed report. Siyambonga kakhulu Chairperson for that report and we were part of it. Siyibonile. Itshengisa kahle complete failure department. Ngiyamuzwa honorable Mkhize saying we weaponize every systemic challenge for ukwenza ukuthi public ingabi ne-trust kwi-Department of Health. But what she's forgetting, the fact that Sila is because the public has no trust with ANC government in managing the Department of Health. We are a product of abantu bengasakholelwa ku-government. That is why abantu beyekile ukuvotela ANC. That is why you are finding yourself in a GPU government. You are not a majority leader yet because people have lost faith in ANC in delivering what they thought they would deliver. And oversight here, as much as I think if Honorable Kids will like my oversight, they will tell you the truth. The oversight is faced with serious challenges, and we've raised that Luguma managers, and I would like to direct this few seconds to our managers at the Department of Health. We did this school in Sebangan, which in actual of Yabasloli to Hambano, Kaman, Gaz, and Fiang starting uniform. And Namaje, we are seeing it. I've seen it now in Sasavent, our department, good nags of figure, each department, good Zaba party. And we see that a lot in my department when we are doing oversight. Now we can't say that we have done oversight, and there is no such thing as unexpected visit, because we have a calendar that says accommodation. By the time it's fair, there may be HOD or MEC themselves because they can just show up. But as a committee, we can't do that, and we are not doing it. So we should not say, and when we do these oversights, one challenge is my healthcare workers and my employees at the Department of Health is intimidation by department itself. They go to a point with Baba Palele and speeches. If all of us here, we participated in this in the oversight of the health functioning, to check out EMS basis. We went to Ama regions, all of KZN. When you move from one point to another point, the presentation was the same presentation. You ask them, who compiled this presentation? They say it is the department itself. So that is not a true reflection of the base we are visiting when the department is the one writing our reports for these people. And even those reports are not actually addressing the core issues about beginning as oversight. That is one big promise, because the committee is then useless because it can't really address the practical problems about when when systemic failures are just because we are hiding a public trust. Remember, the whole point of having a head portfolio committee is so that the legislature can assist in oversighting the department with lay so that if not, and the number is because of the legislation itself. It is the health committee as well as and suggest change the legislation. So now we can't do all those things if the court is on a report, which is another big problem with the department. Chairperson part, they only put not only good bus documents a day before, they also falsify these reports. Reports paint a picture perfect. When you get to see it yourself, one practical example, there was an outcry Honorable Premier went and said it was the oversight a report. He came back, the report that he meeting call. But when the health portfolio committee went to it, meet. So then the question is, who's lying to who, and what are the consequences of that? Because abantu on the ground are suffering. It is very painful for Ukoko, Obuye Clinic, only gives limited short time to be then told, it makes that act makes our patient themselves. Been a trust healthcare workers, which is not the problem that is created by us when we mention these things. It's a problem created by MECs, HODs by this false report, so that they are not seen as being zigas. But if we are talking about the accountability, it's when you should tell us, no, because so that the health portfolio committee can assist. But as it is, we are unable to assist. One of the problem with other parts of the committee is conducting inquiries. We tried. I can give you the last example. Everyone knows about the allegations of rape in Matadine Hospital. The committee was unable to sit down and do an inquiry or even get a report on that. We are sitting here today, we don't know what happened because the MEC tried by all means to make sure we do not interview CEO Special so that she can just tell us what happened in the hospital, hiding under the name of the matter is sub judice. But the matter, that's not what we are looking for. If in January, the hospital knew already their allegations of rape, they are not suspending with Togotela, and then more patients are subjected to this conduct at Togotela to the point where they only suspended Togotela on May. Then you hear on the news, MEC says, the department is very proactive. We actually suspended a doctor before he was arrested, which is a complete lie, misleading to the community, because the doctor was arrested in May when the first incident to the hospital was reported in April. In May, when he was arrested on Tuesday, he just committed or allegedly committed another incident on Friday, which was 100% preventable should the department did what the MEC is saying. If they suspended this doctor in January, he would have done all of these other cases. Now, because they don't want to say that out loud, and I can tell you, it's not their problem. Actually, problem here, but there is no proper policies in place, which must come from the national department to say, how do you deal with this matter? But then now, what's the point of a health portfolio committee if we can't suggest to the national department to say, this is our problems and there's a gap in this policy here and here, so that then the national department can participate. So if you lie and cover these things up, then there is no way that the committee can assist you because you want to present ANC as ANC is doing well in managing the Department of Health. And that's another problem which because of EGPU. When EGPU was trying to mend this marriage, they had to break and bend rules, information of committees, and created a problem when they did that because now they can't really hold MECs accountable, because if Chairperson with GPU, for instance, in health, who come up from EDA, they have an arrangement to say health is going to be MEC of health. If MEC of health is not doing well, then now even Chairperson of the committee can't do anything. We can't hold MEC accountable. It was good, maybe, when you were part of the opposition, because then you were able to really put these things down. Now you are finding yourself having to hide a lot of things under the carpet because you are afraid that if we put these things out, we will collapse the GPU, which is then not benefiting abantu who are actually voting for you. We have a lot of problems when it comes to state funds being used. If you go to Edendale, thank you.
The next honourable member for 6 minutes from the IFP, Honourable N.P. Dlamini.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and greetings to yourself, honourable MECs and honourable members. The health sector remains one of the most important pillars of service delivery in our province because it directly touches the lives of our people on a daily basis. Whether it is a patient seeking treatment at a clinic, a family waiting for an ambulance, or healthcare workers serving under difficult conditions, the performance of our healthcare system shapes public confidence in government. It is therefore encouraging to note the continued commitment shown towards strengthening oversight and improving the quality of healthcare services across KwaZulu-Natal. The work undertaken throughout the years reflects a clear understanding that healthcare challenges require practical interventions, continuous monitoring, and cooperative governance. One of the areas that received significant attention was emergency medical services. This is understandable because emergency response systems are often the first point of contact for people facing life-threatening situation. Communities expect ambulances to arrive on time, equipment to function properly, and emergency personnel to be adequately supported in carrying out their responsibilities. The focused intervention study undertaken on EMS was therefore an important step in identifying areas requiring improvement. The findings highlighted challenges relating to fleet maintenance, responses time, and staffing pressures, particularly in rural areas. At the same time, the process demonstrated that government is actively assessing these challenges and seeking ways to improve service delivery outcomes. It is important to appreciate that many of these issues have developed over a long period and cannot be resolved overnight. However, the continued prioritization of EMS oversight gives confidence that this matter remains firmly on the provincial agenda. Sustained monitoring and targeted investment will be essential in strengthening emergency healthcare services across the province. The committee's oversight visits to healthcare facilities also provided valuable insights into conditions on the ground. Such visits are important because they allow members to engage directly with management, staff, and community while observing the realities faced by patients and healthcare workers. These visits confirmed that some facilities continue to experience infrastructure pressures, maintenance backlog, and equipment shortages. However, they also highlighted the dedication of healthcare professionals who continue to serve communities despite these constraints. Their commitment deserves recognition and appreciation. Another positive development was the strengthening of stakeholders' engagement and public participation. The engagement with communities, traditional healthcare practitioners, and other stakeholders reflects an understanding that healthcare delivery improves when government listens to the concerns and experiences of the people. Public participation is especially important in a province. Public participation is especially important in a province as large and diverse as KwaZulu-Natal. Communities must continue to feel that their voices matter, and that their concerns are taken seriously within the governance process. Honorable members, the report also reflects the financial pressure facing the Department of Health, the growing demand for healthcare services, staff shortages, infrastructure needs, and the absorption of personnel have all placed pressures on available resources. These realities are not adequate to KwaZulu-Natal alone, but they require carefully planning and responsible management to ensure that essential services are protected. It is therefore encouraging that they continue to be strong focus on improving alignment between planning, budgeting, and service delivery outcomes. Stronger coordination in these areas will help ensure that resources are directed towards the area of greatest need. There is also value in recognizing the progress that has been made in strengthening cooperation between different stakeholders and institutions. The collaboration approach adopted during oversight activities, festive season monitoring, and public engagement demonstrates that better outcomes are achieved when departments, communities, and public representatives work together. As the province continues working toward these goals, it is important that all stakeholders remain committed to practical solutions, improve accountability, and responsive governance. Healthcare remains a shared responsibility that requires partnership, consistency, and long-term commitment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. Thank you so much, Honourable Members. Honourable Gasa. Thank you so much, Honourable Members. We've come to the end of the debate. I now invite the Chairperson of Health, Honourable Kika, to respond for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the outset, let me state that we must all be committed to one thing and one thing only, and that is a capable and ethical state, but very importantly, a caring state. If we have any other commitment besides that, then we are not working towards the needs of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Then, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must never mistake volume for credibility. And so when the Honorable Mkhize spoke, she said everything that was essentially in my response, and I hope people were listening carefully. Thirdly, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me say this slowly so that people understand. This is a report of the committee, not a report on the Department of Health. So there was much that was misplaced in the debate today. The portfolio committee...
Sorry, Honourable Kika. There's someone online. Can they please mute? We are getting a bit confused. You may continue to respond, Honourable Kika.
The portfolio committee, unlike the debate of the opposition today, did not rely on waffle, did not rely on unsubstantiated prattle and on rhetoric, but on evidence emanating from oversight. Political theatrics, honourable members, dilutes the work of this House. What we did not do is rubber stamp the challenges that were rightfully raised by all of the honourable members. We confronted all of them all together, including all of the members of the House and of the committee. To then stand here, soapbox style, and aver otherwise is nothing but cheap. Where there was non-performance, we said so. Where there was progress, we said so. Our approach was measured, it was matured, and it was responsible. The opposite of what the opposition brought here. We must therefore rise above what is feckless sound bites, devoid of workable solutions. We must strengthen our services through solid and robust oversight. This is what really matters to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. So we had a member here, and to name that honorable member, it was the Honorable Gasa. She sits very quietly in the committee, doesn't talk, rather mute. Then comes here with a whole lot of nonsense, right? And then tells us she demands this and that and the other. The reality is when she had the opportunity to say these things in the committee, where it really matters, she raised nothing. A report that records material matters, talks of summonses, and invokes contempt proceedings is not a committee that is not constitutionally performing its duties. The committee moved from oversight on paper to real outcomes that can be perceived. So we didn't just talk, we did. If we step out of the reality that you have in your mind about what you think things are, and just look at our work on emergency services, we've already had that debate. So members that are coming here and raising that now, we produced a 400-page report on this. You're fast asleep. Members were talking about Gray's Hospital, not even present in the committee probably. I must check the records of the committee. When we invited the Department of Public Works to deal with that issue, present it to the committee and deal with the issues head on. Rule 77 is sub judice. The honorable member that used the privilege of this podium to raise the matter did so correctly. He did so from his seat when he raised the member statement. We took that seriously, and we continue to take that issue seriously to avoid the situation where there will be a lack of accountability. So to think that the committee will be sleeping on the matter is just nonsense and political prattle from this platform. The reality is the committee has long ago drawn a line. We will enhance our accountability, and we will use the Constitution and the rules to ensure that we do the work of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. We will do what we must and get the job done. Our commitment is not the language of complicity. We have long abandoned that. This report that you see before you has never been produced like it's like in this house ever before. Now you use it to say that the committee is not doing its job. Well, then you are not doing your job because you serve in that committee, and more often than not, you sit quietly. In this, the work of the committee and the institution remain paramount.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kika.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable members. We have come to the end of that item. We move on to the next order of the day, which is item 8.3, the debate on the reports of the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements on the achievements of targets of their annual performance plan of the committee, financial year 2025-2026. I now invite Honorable C.T. Kanye from the MKP for 8 minutes. Siyabonga.
Honorable Speaker, Nkosi yaseMatungeni, honorable members of this House. This report before us reflects a committee that has been active. That much is clear, but the people of KwaZulu-Natal are not asking for activity. They are asking for justice. Justice in the form of dignified, secured, and completed housing. As Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we approach this debate firmly grounded in one principle. Housing is not a favor bestowed by the state. It is a constitutional right, inseparably linked to the dignity of our people and rooted deeply in the legacy and unfinished business of our liberation struggle. Honorable Speaker, the report acknowledges the persistent crisis of stalled housing projects across the province. Let us not soften the language or hide behind administration phrasing. This is not merely a challenge, it is a systemic failure, a failure that continues to reproduce inequality, deepen frustration, and erode public trust in the state. When housing projects stall, it is not abstract system that suffer, it is the poor who suffer. It is the working class who wait endlessly. It is rural communities, informal settlements, and townships that are forgotten, while reports are tabled year after year with little change on the ground. We note the committee's concern regarding Itubaletu project and several others across the KwaZulu-Natal. We welcome that these matters are now standing agenda items. But, Honorable Speaker, our people cannot live in agenda items. They cannot raise families in minutes, resolutions, quarterly briefings. They must live in completed homes with doors, roofs, water, sanitation, and security. Honorable Speaker, the MK party is clear in its position. Oversight must move beyond observation and enter realm of enforcement. Where contractors fail to deliver, they must be removed and replaced without hesitation. Where officials fail in their duties, consequence management must follow swiftly and decisively. Where systems demonstrate persistent weakness, those systems must be restructured. We cannot continue to tolerate a culture in which failure carries no consequence, while communities pay the highest price for incompetence and neglect. Accountability delayed is justice denied in housing. Justice delayed becomes generations trapped in poverty. At the same time, Honorable Speaker, we acknowledge the committee's work, oversight visits across districts, engagement with stakeholders. The focus on military veterans and the acceleration of title deeds assurance are all important steps in the right direction. But these efforts must now translate into visible, accelerated delivery on the ground. Reports must become homes. Plans must become lived realities. Honorable Speaker, we are particularly concerned by the continued existence of transit camps across the province. These spaces were never designed to become permanent settlements. They were temporary measures. Yet, years later, families still live in conditions that strip them of dignity and hope. The continued existence of transit camps stands as direct indictment on the pace of transformation in our province. It tells a painful story of delay, broken timelines, and unfulfilled promises. The MK party therefore calls for a clear, time-bound provincial plan to eradicate all transit camps in KwaZulu-Natal. We call for quarterly public reporting so that progress is visible, measurable, and transparent. And we demand direct accountability from the department responsible for ensuring that no family is left behind in temporary suffering. Honorable Speaker, we also welcome the focus on the military veterans housing program. These are men and women who carried the struggle on their shoulders. They sacrificed youth, safety, and comfort so that we might debate freely in this house today. Their dignity must never be negotiable. But once again, we stress plans must become delivery. Commitments must become keys handed over, walls raised and homes occupied. Anything dishonors the sacrifices made in pursuit of freedom. Honorable Speaker, as the MK party, we are not here to oppose for the sake of opposing. We are here to correct where correction is needed, to redirect where systems have failed, and to demand better outcomes for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Not tomorrow, not in next financial year, but now. We therefore propose a decisive shift in approach. A provincial intervention system with clear authority must be established to unblock stalled housing projects within fixed and enforceable timelines. Communities must have access to the transparent projects dashboards so they can see what has been promised, what has been spent, and what has been delivered. Local participation must be strengthened so that communities are active partners in implementation, not silent spectators consulted after decisions are taken. And local contractors and labor must be prioritized so that housing delivery becomes a tool for economic empowerment. skills development, and sustainable livelihoods. The struggle for dignity did not end in 1994. It continues in the life realities of our people. In overcrowded rooms, in unsafe structures, in transit camps, turn into forgotten settlements. This report shows movement, yes, but it does not yet show enough momentum. Let us move with agency. Let us act with courage. Let us deliver with integrity. The people of KwaZulu-Natal cannot live in reports. They must live in completed homes. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kanye. The next honorable member for 6 minutes from the IFP is Honorable N.J. Gwanyan.
Honorable Madam Speaker, MECs present, Chief Whip, members of this House, I greet you all. Honorable Chairperson, that is Honorable Andy Lebiela, allow me at the outset to express appreciation for your well-articulated and comprehensive report, which forms the basis of today's debate. The report provides an important platform for reflection on the progress achieved, as well as the persistent challenges that continue to confront the housing and human settlement sector in our province. It is through such structured oversight and informed debate that we strengthen our accountability, deepen democratic governance, and improve service delivery outcomes in KwaZulu-Natal. When democracy was attained in 1994, it carried with it a profound and transformative promise that all citizens, regardless of geography, income, or historical disadvantage, would enjoy equitable access to basic services and the full protection on their constitutional rights. This promise was intended not only to correct historical, spatial, and socio-economic inequalities, but to fundamentally reshape the living conditions of our people. While we acknowledge that meaningful progress has been made since then, including the delivery of millions of housing opportunities and improved access to basic services, we must also be honest that far too many citizens remain excluded from these gains. The reality of backlogs in informal settlements and inadequate housing continues to define the lived experience of many households in KwaZulu-Natal. Stakeholder engagement remains a critical pillar of effective governance and must never be treated as a procedural formality. It is essential for ensuring that policy design is informed by lived realities, that implementation is responsive, and that evaluation is transparent and evidence-based. It strengthens trust between the state and communities and ensures that service delivery reflects actual needs on the ground. During oversight engagements, it has become evident that while progress has been made in housing delivery, a significant number of citizens continue to live without adequate shelter. It is deeply concerned that some individuals have passed away while housing waiting lists after years of waiting. This painful reality underscores the urgency of addressing inefficiencies within the system and accelerate delivery. Housing is not merely a developmental target. It is a constitutional and human dignity imperative. We therefore commend the Department of Human Settlements for its continued efforts to advance housing delivery despite significant fiscal, administrative, and infrastructural constraints. These efforts are acknowledged. However, it must equally be stated that The current pace and scale of delivery remain insufficient in relating to growing demand, rapid urbanization, and inherited historical backlogs. It is therefore imperative that housing allocation system be strengthened and safeguarded. This system must be transparent, credible, and strictly regulated to ensure that only verified and rightful beneficiaries receive housing opportunities. This must be done in accordance with applicable legislation and policy frameworks. Strengthening these controls is essential to preventing irregular allocations, reducing corruption risk, and restoring public confidence in housing delivery system. We also expressed serious concern regarding the number of stalled and delayed housing projects across KwaZulu-Natal. These delays result in cost escalations, inefficient use of public resources, and prolonged suffering from intended beneficiaries. The Itubale to housing project remains a particularly concerning example, as it has remained incomplete for an extended period despite continued public investment. It is therefore imperative that Itubale housing project, along with other stalled developments, be prioritized and expedited towards completion towards further delay. Governance credibility is directly linked to its ability to complete what it starts, and prolonged project stagnation undermines public trust and delivery legitimacy. We do, however, acknowledge and welcome ongoing departmental efforts to unblock stalled projects, strengthen due diligence processes in collaboration with municipalities, and ensure that bulk infrastructure requirements are properly confirmed prior to the project commencement.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Honorable Gwanyana. The next honorable member for 4 minutes from the ANC is Honorable SMM Mkhize.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, human settlements remains far more than a function of administration or service delivery. It sits at the center of the broader national question confronting post-apartheid South Africa, where whether democracy is succeeding in transforming the material conditions of the black majority who were systematically dispossessed, marginalized, and confined to the periphery of economic life under apartheid colonialism. It is precisely because of this historical responsibility that the ANC-led legislature continues placing strong emphasis on oversight, accountability, and public participation within committees. Democratic institutions we occupy today were never designed to merely process reports and budgets in abstraction from the people. They exist to ensure that the state remains accountable to communities and that public resources are directed towards transformation, inclusion, and social justice. Strong oversight committees are therefore not accidental features of governance. They are products of the constitutional and democratic order fought for and advanced by the liberation movement itself. The Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements, led by Undabezitha Dr. Biela, must therefore be recommended for continuing to exercise its oversight responsibilities within this broader developmental framework led by the ANC through its legislature. This committee's annual performance report correctly outlines its constitutional obligations as including oversights over the department's use of financial and other resources, lawmaking responsibilities, and facilitating public involvement in legislative processes. Honorable members, the Portfolio Committee also correctly prioritized critical matters affecting communities across the province, including deed restoration, eradication of transit camps, stalled housing projects, supplier payments, and housing delivery for disaster victims. These are not minor administrative matters. They directly affect
whether families live with dignity or insecurity, whether community remain trapped in underdevelopment or move forward inclusion and opportunity. The committee's work therefore contributes directly towards advancing the constitutional promise of equality and social justice. Particularly commending has been the committee's firm stance on stalling housing projects. The report notes that the committee took a very dim view of the scourge of stalled projects and resolved to make this a standing item during its meeting. Honorable Speaker, if there is any practical demonstration of what developmental governance and implementation focused oversight must ultimately produce, it is the moving scenes we witnessed earlier this week in Konopia, where flood-affected families received the keys to their new homes under the leadership of MEC for Human Settlements, Honorable Duma. Working together with the municipality and national government, 113 houses are being handed over this week alone, while additional interventions continue through Monkle Lodge, Ilovu, and Konopia, Nezinjagis, Konkote Hambai. These interventions matter because they demonstrate the difference between governance that merely manages crises and governance that actively intervenes to change people's lives. Since 2022, more than 4,000 flood-affected families have been accommodated through temporary emergency arrangements, but the democratic states correctly recognize that temporary accommodation could never become a permanent substitute for dignity. Honorable Speaker, imali ngenalutho umsindo ubaningi kakhulu malini okuthile phakathi liyathula lithi siyabonga.
Thank you so much. The next honorable member for 8 minutes from the Democratic Alliance, Honorable R. Goku. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Today we debate the annual performance plan report of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements. This report reflects the work undertaken by the committee over the past financial year, from oversight visits and stakeholder engagements to the monitoring of the department's budget and performance plan. But beyond the meetings, reports, and resolutions lies a far more important question. Are the people of KwaZulu-Natal experiencing meaningful change in their daily lives? Because for many South Africans, housing is not an abstract policy discussion. It is deeply personal. It is the mother raising children in a leaking shack through winter rain. It is the pensioner still waiting for a promised home after years on a housing list. It is the young person trying to build a future without basic stability or security. The Democratic Alliance acknowledges the work undertaken by the committee, particularly its focus on stalled projects, title deed restoration, eradication of transit camps, and housing for disaster victims. We also welcome the fact that the committee has recognized the seriousness of stalled housing projects across the province and has committed to ongoing oversight in this regard. This reflects an understanding that housing delivery remains one of the most urgent responsibilities of government. Within the government of provincial unity, we have a responsibility to work together in the interests of the people of this province. The DA believes the GPU presents an opportunity to move governance away from conflict and paralysis and towards practical cooperation, accountability, and delivery. Our role is not simply to criticize. Our role is to strengthen governance by contributing workable solutions that improve the lives of our people. And one thing is clear: South Africans are tired of promises without progress. Communities want to see houses completed. They want title deeds delivered. They want store projects revived. And they want public money used responsibly and transparently. The report correctly identifies the provision of decent housing as a core priority. The DA firmly believes that housing is about far more than infrastructure. Housing is about dignity. It is about safety. It is about restoring hope and creating stability for families. When government delivers a home, it gives people a foundation from which they can build better futures. But when projects stall for years, communities lose faith, not only in the project itself, but in government as a whole. That is why the DA believes oversight must lead to outcomes. We support stronger monitoring systems for all housing developments across the province, including regular public reporting on project timelines, expenditure, contractor performance, and delivery targets. Transparency builds public trust and helps ensure that challenges are identified early before projects collapse completely. The report also highlights the need to hold municipalities accountable for projects where they carry responsibility. This is critical. Many delays occur because of poor coordination between departments, municipalities, contractors, and service providers. The DA believes the GPU has an opportunity to improve intergovernmental cooperation so that housing delivery becomes more efficient and responsive. We need better project management, improved technical capacity, faster procurement systems, and stronger financial oversight. Importantly, where there are failures, corrective action must happen early before communities are left waiting for years. One of the most important issues raised in the report is title deed restoration. For many families, a title deed is life-changing. It gives legal ownership. It creates security. It allows families to build generational wealth and economic opportunity. Far too many South Africans have occupied homes for decades without formal ownership because of administrative delays and inefficiencies. The DA believes accelerated title deed programs can become one of the most impactful ways to empower families economically and restore dignity to communities. The issue of transit camps also deserves urgent attention. Temporary accommodation should never become permanent suffering. Yet many families continue living in overcrowded and unsafe conditions for extended periods of time. Children are growing up without proper sanitation, privacy, or stability. The DA supports a coordinated, deadline-driven approach within the GPU to progressively eradicate long-term transit camps and prioritize vulnerable communities. Another important area highlighted in the report is spatial transformation through integrated development. The DA strongly believes that housing developments must be connected to economic opportunity. Communities cannot continue being built far away from jobs, schools, healthcare facilities, and public transport. Integrated planning is essential if you are serious about reducing inequality and improving quality of life. Housing delivery must support economic inclusion, not deepen spatial inequality. The DA also believes that innovation and partnership must form part of the solution. Government alone cannot solve the housing backlog. We need stronger collaboration between government, the private sector, social housing institutions, and community stakeholders. The GPU creates an opportunity to encourage investment, improve coordination, and accelerate delivery through practical partnerships. Today, the debate on the APP of the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee, Speaker. The report itself admits that stall projects remain one of the biggest concerns facing this province. The DA believes oversight must not become a box-ticking exercise. Oversight must produce outcomes. Yes, the committee met. Yes, reports were tabled. Yes, oversight visits took place. But communities do not live inside reports. Communities live in unfinished houses, collapsing infrastructure, and transit camps that were meant to be temporary years ago. The report identifies critical priorities: provision of decent housing, eradication of transit camps, title deed restoration, fast-tracking homes for disaster victims, and dealing with stall projects. The Democratic Alliance supports these priorities fully, but we must ask, why are these priorities year after year? Why are communities still waiting? Why are projects repeatedly delayed while budgets are approved and the department continues to operate as normal? The DA believes the problem is not a lack of plan. The problem is weak accountability, poor project management, and political protection of failure. The government of provincial unity must become a government of delivery. Residents of KwaZulu-Natal did not vote for endless excuses. They voted for cooperation that improves their lives. And that is why the DA approaches this debate not merely with criticism, but with solutions. South Africans are not interested in political battles while they wait for basic services and housing. They want leadership that works together. They want competent governance. And above all, they want results. The Democratic Alliance remains committed to constructive participation within the government of provincial unity. Where progress is being made, we will support it. Where challenges exist, we contribute practical solutions. And where accountability is needed, we will continue to advocate for transparency and good governance. The people of this province deserve a government that that delivers not only plans but outcomes. And through cooperation, accountability, and practical leadership, that is what we must strive to achieve together.
Thank you so much,
Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Goku. The next honorable member for 7 minutes from the MKP, Honorable W.N. Mkhize.
Madam Deputy Speaker, honorable members of this House, Dabezita, Kosasematungeni Ngiyakhuleka. The report before us provide details account of the oversight activities taken by the Committee on Human Settlement. It record meetings held, oversight visits conducted, stakeholders engagement facilitated, and compliant with legislative processes. But, Honorable Speaker, when we move beyond the procedural details, the report reveals something far more concerning. It exposes deeper truth that the challenges facing human settlement in KwaZulu-Natal are not isolated incident or unfortunate exception. They are systematic. A systematic failure cannot resolve through increment adjustment and administrative functioning. They require decisive leadership, structural reform, and political courage. Honorable Speaker, the continued existence of stalled housing projects across provinces is not accidental. It reflects enduring weaknesses within the system, weaknesses, procurement, contractor management, intergovernmental coordination, and consequence management. If we do not confront this structural failure directly, we will continue to reproduce the same outcome in different communities year after year. We have seen this pattern before. Projects are announced with optimism, budgets are allocated, contractors are appointed, communities are mobilized, and expectations are raised. But the delays begin, payments are disrupted, contractors are burying sites, construction stalls, reports are written, explanations are provided, and yet the people remains waiting. It is a poor working class families of this province who carry the burden of this cycle. This cycle must be broken. The community itself has correctly described stalled projects as a scourge, but identifying a scourge is not the same as eliminating it. What is required now? Decisive intervention. We need a comprehensive province-wide audit of all stalled housing projects. We need a clearly recovery plan with firm deadlines, and we need consequence management that is real and enforceable and avoidable every level of the delivery chain. Because without accountability, oversight becomes observation, and observation does not deliver houses. Honorable Speaker, the report also raises an important issue regarding the department annual performance plan and budget, including procedural challenges that requires reconsiderations. This raises a critical question that this House must confront honestly. Are we budgeting for compliance or are we budgeting for impact? Because there is a profound different. A complaint budget satisfies legislative requirement. An impactful budget changes life. A compliant budget is spent. An impactful budget delivers outcomes. Too often, we celebrate expenditure rather than delivery. As Umkhonto weSizwe, we reject the approach. Every rand allocated must translate into visible, measurable improvement in the living conditions of our people. Budget must not exist neatly on paper while communities continue to wait for housing. Honorable Speaker, This is why we advocate for a shift toward performance-based government. Every housing project must have a clear timeline, real-time monitoring, and transparent reporting mechanism. Communities must know what is being built, where it is being built, who is responsible, how much it costs, and when it will be completed. Transparency is not a favor granted by government. It is a democratic right. Oversight must also evolve. It must not only identify problems after they occur, it must become preventative, interventionist, and result-driven. Honorable Speaker, let me turn to the matter often treated as a technical issue, but which carries serious economic consequences: the failure to pay service providers within 30 days. This is not a minor administrative delay. It is a matter of economic justice. When contractors are not paid on time, projects are slowed down or stopped entirely. Small and emerging business collapse. Workers go unpaid. Local economy, particularly in the township and rural area, are undermined. We cannot speak credible about the empowerment and transformation while tolerating a system that financially suffocates emerging contractors. If government expects delivery, then the government must meet its own obligation consistently on time. Honorable Speaker, housing delivery must also be deliberately aligned with the economic localization. Development must empower local communities. It must prioritize local labor, support emerging contractors, and transfer skills within communities. It cannot be a model where value is extracted.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhize. The next honorable member for 4 minutes from the EFF is Honorable T. Nkosi. Thank you. You may proceed, Honorable Nkosi.
No, thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Economic Freedom Fighters note the Department of Human Settlement Annual Performance Plan. However, we note with concern that it is only good on paper, but it is not in touch with the realities of our people. Lomnyango ukhuluma about providing adequate housing for our people, and year to date we still have flood victims who have been displaced since 2022. Abantu bakithi basaqhinqa amahole nanamhlanje. Abanye basahleli kuma-transitional residential units angekho esimeni esihle ukuthi ngahlala kuwo abantu kuze kube yimanje. Kunemndeni ewu-40 yakwaDimba okuyimanje they are still sharing one apartment from 2022. We have 300 families from Crystal Valley whom today are still occupying 3 apartment blocks within the complex. Siyabonga ke siyabona umhlonishwa uDuma usehambele phambili ngohlelo lokunikezela ngezindlu kulaba ababekhahlanyezwe izikhukhula endaweni yaseConnew, but just few days before kube nale debate ezokhuluma Department aka Human Settlement esikuthatha njengoku-acta lokho. Ekubeni le project kwakulindeleke ukuba iphele ngoDisemba wanyakenye. This is not only the housing project that has been stalled, but the department continuously fails to root corruption in this sector. As there are many other stalled housing projects where politically connected contractors abandon projects. Njengama project akaDukuza nanamhlanje ongazeki ukuthi sithini isinqumo sayo. The failure of the department to resolve land tenure remains a crisis in this province, as we have communities abafana nabaseMelmoto who receive threats of forcible eviction from a proposed iron ore mine that could displace thousands of residents. While the department has received additional funding for the informal settlement upgrading grant, we feel that it is not enough to address the current backlog, as KwaZulu-Natal has more than 1,000 informal settlements. Njengeqembu le-EFF sithi siyafisa kwandise isabelo mali esizobhekana ngqo nokwakhiwa kwezindlu ezalabo abangathathi ntweni, kuphindwe kukhushulwe isabelo mali esibhekelele i-informal settlement upgrading grant. Sithi njenge-EFF akuphinde kufake imali ethe xaxa ohlelweni lokubuyisela komhlaba kubantu ukuze labo abakhonayo ukuzakhela bezakhele imizi yabo bengalokhu behleli belinde uhulumeni ukuthi abakhele imizi. Sekela somlomo ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nkosi. The next honorable member from the NFP for 4 minutes is Honorable CM Shinga. She has tabled an apology, but it has to be informed. We will then officially move on to the next honorable member for 4 minutes from the ANC is Honorable F.A. Masiko. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable members. One of the defining features of the democratic government is not the absence of challenges, but the willingness of institutions to confront those challenges honestly, responsibly, and in a manner that advances solutions for the people. The work of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements reflects precisely this understanding. It reflects the ANC's long-held view that oversight must strengthen delivery, expose weaknesses where they exist, and ensure that government remains responsive to the communities, not for political spectacles, but for the advancement of transformation and social justice. The democratic institutions established through our constitutional order were never intended to become theaters of permanent outrage, detached from the realities of governance and development. The ANC has always understood that effective oversight must improve the capacity of the state to deliver while remaining grounded in the lived conditions and complexities confronting society. Oversight must therefore be firm, honest, and accountable, but it must also remain constructive, developmental, and solution-driven. Governance cannot be reduced to noise and sensationalism while communities continue waiting for practical interventions that improve their lives. It is within this context that the work of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements deserves appreciation. The committee's oversight approach reflects has recognized that transformation is a process often confronted by institutional, economic, and historical challenges that require practical solutions and sustained interventions. This does not mean that weaknesses must be hidden or failures ignored. On the contrary, democratic accountability requires transparency and consequence management, but it also requires maturity and honesty about conditions under which development takes place within a society still carrying the deep structural scars of apartheid, inequality, and underdevelopment. Honorable members, stalled housing projects, for instance, remains a serious concern across many parts of KwaZulu-Natal. Yes, we agree. However, the committee has correctly appreciated that many of these challenges are often rooted in complex realities involving contractor failures, municipal weaknesses, land availability disputes, infrastructure backlogs, as well as legal complications and broader economic pressures affecting the construction industry. Therefore, to simply reduce every developmental challenge to political slogans by some members to generate headlines does not build houses and does not resolve the disputes, nor does it restore dignity to communities. What becomes important, therefore, is whether oversight institutions actively pursue solutions, implement and ensure progress. In this regard, the committee adopted a constructive
and interventionist approach by ensuring that stalled projects remained a standing matter within its implementation, and we greatly appreciate that on the side of the committee. This reflects oversight that is focused not merely on criticism, but on movement, accountability, as well as delivery. It reflects an understanding that the responsibility of democratic institutions is not to simply identify problems, but to help ensure government responds to them effectively. Indeed, honorable members, through constructive oversight, implementation-focused accountability and meaningful participation, the committee continues to contribute towards strengthening our democratic governance, as well as advancing the broader national task of social and economic transformation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Honorable members, the next honorable member for 9 minutes from the MKP is Honorable SD Mabaso.
Mhlonishwa Deputy Speaker, angithathe leli thuba ngibingelele baba Nxamalala umhlanganyelo engekho phakathi kwethu. Ngibingelele uChief Whip neWhipari, ngibingelele inkosi yaseMadungeni, ngibingelele amalunga omkhonto wesizwe nawe EFF. Bese ngibingelela abangasisandleni sami sokudla abashadile okungaphelele. Honorable members of this House, I rise on behalf of Umkhonto Wesizwe Party to debate human settlement. We must begin by grounding ourselves in what is truly at stake. This is not merely a discussion about bricks and mortar. It's about dignity. It's about whether the people of KwaZulu experience freedom in their daily lives, or whether freedom remains an abstract promise confined to speeches and history. For far too many of our people, that dignity remains delayed. Across our province, the lived reality still reflects the deep scars of apartheid, special planning. Communities remain located far from economic opportunities, far from reliable transport, and far from essential services. Many families continue to live in informal settlement and temporary structures that do not reflect the promise of democracy. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the issue is not whether these challenges are understood. The issue is whether we are responding with urgency, seriousness, and political will. The report before this House reflects important work by the Portfolio Committee. Oversight visits have been conducted, communities have been engaged, the department has been called to account. As the Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, we recognize and support this work. Oversight is essential. Public participation is vital. Accountability is non-negotiable. But we must be honest, oversight alone does not change people's lives. Communities do not measure progress through reports. They measure progress through completed homes, secure tenure, and improved living conditions. Understanding the problem is not transformation. Transformation demands action, decisive, visible, and urgent action. Honorable Deputy Speaker, enye inkinga ezisikhathazayo esiyibuka ukuthi so-called 7 administration yale GNU ukwanda kwezindlu ezingaqedwa ukwakhiwa. Uma ubuzwa ukuthi lezi zindlu azipheli ngani, impendulo izothi imali ayikho. Oxakayo ukuthi abantu bakithi bathenjiswa izindlu, umnyango ungazenzanga isiqiniseko sokuthi imali izoba khona yini yokuqeda lo msebenzi. Lokhu kukhombisa ngokusobala ukungahleleki kwalomnyango. Anginikeze isibonelo, iproject esiyaziyo sonke yaseMelmoth ithuba elihle eyaqala ngo-2015 kuzobe kube namhlanje ayikazi phele, ayikho ngisho incazelo yokuthi iyophela nini nokuthi okuyinto engamukelekile. Kufana naseThekwini okwathi ngakhona ibhilidi kwathiwa kuzohlala khona abantu abahlunyezwa izikhukhula, akwenzeki lutho ngoba umnyango waka Public Works uthi awunamali yokulungisa leli bhilidi. Nalo liyogcina lime kanjalo. Umbuzo uthi Leyo mali ayifakwa ngani kuma project angaphelile. Lento enziwa yilomnyango ihlukumeza abantu bakithi abahluphekile. Honorable Deputy Speaker, abantu bakithi babhalisela izindlu bethenjiswe amakhansela ukuthi zizowakhiwa kudlula iminyaka kungacaci ukuthi kwenzakalani. Amakhansela amaningi umphakathi wawo awusawafuni ukuthi wabone ngoba bawathembisa izindlu ezigcina zingakhiwe kodwa iqiniso ukuthi umnyango utshela umasipala bese kuthi umasipala betshela amakhansela etshela abantu kanti into egcina ingenzekile. Honorable Deputy Speaker, enye into kumele siyilungise ukuthi akuphele ukuthi uma kungena umhlonishwa eminyangweni efuna ukuyohlaba isoyi lento akazi kahle kamhlophe ukuthi ngeke izenzeke. As umkhonto wesizwe party, we reject this approach. No project should begin without confirmed funding to ensure full completion. Completion must become the priority, not announcement. Honorable Speaker, kuyadabukisa ukuthi abanye abantu bakithi balinda izindlu beze bedlule emhlabeni bengazitholanga ekubeni bezithenjisiwe. Meanwhile, we hear repeated reference to budget constraint, contractors' failure, and delay without little accountability. We are told that hundreds of houses will be built within a time frame, yet midway through the period, only a fraction are completed. This lack of delivery raises serious questions about planning, execution, and oversight. If more than half of the department projects remain incomplete, we must admit there is a systemic failure that requires an urgent correctional. Honorable Speaker, the continued existence of stalled housing projects across districts such as King Cetshwayo, eThekwini, uMkhanyakude, ngisho eMsinga lapho engiqhamuka khona is a major concern. They are not just construction delays, they represent families still waiting, communities still suffering, and promises still unfulfilled. Each unfinished house is a family without a shelter. Each abandoned project is a broken commitment. Communities are asking simple, legitimate questions. When will these projects be completed? Why have projects stopped? Who is accountable? They deserve a clear answer. Oversight must therefore lead the tangible outcome. Communities must see progress after visit. They must see construction continuing. They must see delivery. Honorable Speaker, the issue of transit campus must also be addressed with urgency. It is unacceptable that in the 2025-2026 financial year, families are still living what was meant to be temporary accommodation. Often nears are under unsafe and uncrowded conditions. Temporarily cannot become permanent. We need a clear time bound to relocate families into permanent housing with strict accountability for delivery. Honorable Speaker, we welcome the committee focus on title deeds. Ownership is fundamental to dignity and economic empowerment. Without title deeds, families remain excluded from meaningful participation in the economy. They cannot leverage assets, invest confidentially, or pass wealth to future generations. The title deed is not just a document, it's a foundation for stability and opportunity. Umkhonto wesizwe party therefore called for accelerated property resource program with clear timeline and measurable outcome. Honorable Speaker, we must also confront a broader issue of partial inequality. Housing delivery must not continue to replicate the injustice of apartheid by placing community on the periphery. Instead, it must promote integrated development, connecting people to economic hubs, transport, education, and healthcare. At the same time, housing development must drive economic empowerment, especially for young people. Through programs like Expand Public Works Program, we can create jobs, transfer skills, and ensure local communities benefit directly from these projects. Development must include the people it serves. Honorable Speaker, this report reflects effort, but effort is not enough. The real measure is impact. Are people's lives improving? Are housing being delivered? Are promises being fulfilled? For many in KwaZulu, the answer remains no. As Umkhonto wesizwe party, our position is clear. we support all genuine effort to improve housing delivery, but we will not remain silent where there are delays, where accountability is weak, and where progress is too slow. We therefore call on this housing to ensure that all existing projects are completed before new ones are introduced. Amanda.
Thank you so much. The next honourable member for 6 minutes from the IFP is Honourable NJ Kwanyana. Order, honourable members, order. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable Makubane.
Madam Speaker, greetings to you as I did before. As IFP, we do have acknowledged and welcome ongoing departmental efforts to unblock stalled projects, strengthen due diligence processes in collaboration with municipalities, and ensure that bulk infrastructure requirements are properly confirmed prior to the project commencement. These interventions are necessary and must be strengthened, institutionalized, and closely monitored to ensure measurable outcomes. Housing delivery cannot be pursued in isolation. It must be integrated with broader spatial planning, infrastructure development, and municipal capacity. Without this alignment, there is a risk of continued development of housing in areas where basic services are inadequate or unsustainable. This undermines the long-term viability of human settlements and places additional pressure on already constrained municipalities. In this regard, we also recognize the importance of accelerating title deeds registration processes. While progress has been recorded in reducing backlogs, much more still needs to be done to ensure full property ownership security, legal certainty, and economic empowerment for beneficiaries. Title deeds are not only administrative instruments, they are critical tools for wealth creation and intergenerational stability. A persistent challenge with the sector remains weak intergovernmental coordination, the lack of effective collaboration between provincial departments, municipalities, and implementing agents often results in delays, duplication of efforts, and inefficiencies in service delivery. This is further compounded by instances of poor workmanship, financial mismanagement, underspending of allocated budget, and delays in the rollout of essential bulk services such as water, sanitation, road, and electricity. These system weaknesses must be decisively addressed. In addition, inadequate monitoring and inspection capacity has contributed to non-compliance with National Home Builders Registration Council standards in certain instances. This exposes beneficiaries to substandard housing and creates long-term maintenance burdens for the state. This situation is unacceptable and requires strong regularity oversight. We therefore call for the reinforcement of oversight mechanism within the Department of Human Settlements, supported by strict consequence management frameworks. Accountability must be practical, constant, and enforceable across all levels of implementation. Where constructors are found to be negligent, non-compliant, or in breach of contractual obligations, decisive action must be taken, including blacklisting and recovery of public funds when necessary. It is equally important that only contractors with demonstrated financial stability, technical competence, and implementation capacity are appointed to prevent project failure and ensure value for money. We further emphasize the importance of adhering to the 30 days payment requirement for service providers. Timely payment is essential for contractor sustainability, uninterrupted project implementation, and the avoidance of unnecessary delays. Failure to comply with this requirement must be addressed through appropriate administrative accountability measures. There is no room for failure in housing delivery. The Portfolio Committee must continue to exercise its oversight mandate robustly, constantly, and without hesitation. Oversight must remain evidence-based, solution-orientated, and focused on resolving challenges rather than merely identifying them. We also recognize that terrain and spatial configuration of KwaZulu-Natal present unique challenges in the provision of bulk infrastructure and replication services in certain areas. It is therefore important that greater clarity and efficiency be achieved in the allocation and utilization of the Municipal Infrastructure Grant, that is MIG, particularly in addressing infrastructure deficits. Furthermore, stronger utilization of the Urban Settlements Development Grant and the informed and informal settlements upgrading partnership grant is required, especially in high-density urban areas such as eThekwini, where informal settlements remain extensive and service delivery pressures remain significant. We also emphasize the importance of job creation through the expanded public works program, as well as the training, empowerment, and inclusion of designing groups and emerging contractors. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nkonyana. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of our substantive debate. I now invite the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Biela, for 5 minutes for response. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greetings once again, honorable members. To respond, honorable members, there is a clear convergence in this House that the committee is active, functional, and consistent in its work. That collective recognition across party lines affirms that oversight in this portfolio is being exercised with seriousness and discipline. The Honorable Khanyi Maika reminds us that while the committee is active, more is required. The point that people do not live in agenda items is noted. Our work must continue to move beyond deliberation and result in completed houses and beneficiaries taking occupation. We appreciate the acknowledgement that the committee is hard at work, and with great humility we accept that more needs to be done. Honorable Nkonyana correctly centers the human reality of this portfolio, the existence of families without shelter, and the reality of individuals passing on before receiving houses. It demands urgency. And that is why the committee has prioritized stalled and incompleted projects to ensure that what has already been started is brought to completion. The Honorable Sizopila Mpilo Mkhize highlights the importance of sustained oversight and recognizes the deliberate decision to elevate stalled projects as a standing item. That approach ensures continuity and sustained pressure on the department to report on movement. The task now is to ensure that this oversight yields measurable progress on the ground. Honorable Gokul raises the need for workable solutions and reminds us that housing speaks to safety, to dignity, and to public confidence. When projects stall, confidence in the state is weakened. The committee has therefore focused on ensuring that these projects are unlocked and completed. The issue of transit camps and the need for integrated planning remains important. There must be better alignment between land release, bulk infrastructure, and housing delivery, supported by clear plans to reduce transit accommodation. The Honorable Mkhize from the MKP raises concerns about systemic challenges and whether expenditure translates into impact. The committee does not treat expenditure as a proxy for success. The focus is on whether projects are moving, completed, and occupied. The identification of systemic issues must be matched with consistent corrective action, and that is the approach that we have adopted. Honorable Nkosi raises concerns about transit camps and budget constraints. These are real challenges. However, the delivery of houses in Konobia housing projects demonstrates that progress is being made. Where houses are completed and handed over, there is delivery. It would be unreasonable to suggest that such delivery should be delayed simply because there is a debate. On the matter of budget, constraints are acknowledged across the province. The responsibility remains to ensure that available resources are used efficiently and that delivery is not undermined by inefficiencies. The Honourable Masego provides a constructive and solution-oriented contribution, reinforcing the importance of accountability while unpacking the causes of stalled projects. That level of engagement strengthens the work of the committee. The intention is to ensure that each stalled project is addressed with a clear pathway to completion, supported by consistent monitoring. Honourable Mabaso reminds us that oversight alone does not improve lives, and that impact must remain the standard. A concern about projects being initiated without completion is well placed. The committee is aligned to that view. The prioritization of stalled projects is a direct response to that concern, to ensure that projects move beyond initiation and reach completion. Honourable members, the debate reflects a shared understanding of both the progress made and the work that remains. The issue raised here points to a common concern, that delivery must accelerate, that projects must move, and that oversight must remain firm. The committee accepts that responsibility and will continue to exercise its mandate with focus, consistency, and a clear commitment to ensuring that houses are completed and handed over to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of the debate. Honourable members, we will adjourn for 45 minutes for lunch, which will bring us to 5 to 2, where we come for our last debate. The House therefore stands adjourned. Thank you.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Hey, Spud. What's the Spud? What's the Spud? What's the Spud? What's the Spud?
Yes, okay. Awesome.
Mhlawumbe nani kadwade ngizasikadiwe. Oh.
Okay, abasiniki i-arrangement entsha bona confirm part bashintshe i-directive lesifuna
Cela sivele simcela.
ngoba banokuba lento yokuhlala
Order, Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, we are now going to the debate on the report by the committee of debate on the report by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts and Culture on the achievement of targets in terms of annual performance plan of the committee for the financial year. We call upon the Honorable Ingcobo for 7 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the Umkhonto weSizwe Party welcomes the tabling of the Portfolio Committee report for the 2025-2026 financial year. We wish to acknowledge the work of the committee, its support staff, stakeholders, sports federation, artists and community members who contributed meaningfully throughout this process. As Umkhonto weSizwe, our role is not simply to criticize, but to ensure that oversight translates its tangible improvements in the lives of the people of KwaZulu. Our position today is therefore one of constructive engagement. We recognize areas of progress, but we must also confront the serious shortcomings reflected in this report. Honorable Speaker, the committee has correctly identified transformation in sport as a key priority. This is a principle we strongly support. However, transformation cannot remain confined to policy documents and presentation, while the lived reality in rural communities tells a different story. The report itself confirmed that many districts, particularly Umkhanyakude, Zululand, Amajuba, and Tugela, still lack adequate sporting infrastructure. Young people in these areas continue to play on unsafe fields without proper facilities, equipment, or transport. This is not merely an infrastructural issue. It is a structural injustice that continues to exclude rural talent from opportunities readily available in urban centers. While we welcome the establishment of high-performance fitness centers, the pace and management of implementation raise serious concern. The Alfred Duma Fitness Center, although progressing in phases, exposed worrying weakness during oversight, including poor coordination and the absence of senior departmental officials. This is an unacceptable and reflects a lack of accountability at the highest level. Even more concerning in this Belgrade Fitness Center project, with a project cost of 375 million, the committee found unresolved land issues, delays in funding commitments, and slow progress despite partial completion. These are not minor administrative challenges. They are clear warning signs of a project at risk. Honorable Speaker, government must stop announcing infrastructure projects for political headlines while communities wait endlessly for completion. Public infrastructure must serve the people, not become monuments to delay and inefficiency. Financial management remains another serious area of concern. In the first quarter, the department spent only 18% of its budget, well below the expected 25%, while explanations were provided regarding delays in library constructions. Under expenditure has real consequences. It delays service delivery, restricts job creation, and denies communities access to vital cultural and educational resources. Although expenditure improved later in the year, the report also highlights significant underspending on transfers to non-profit organizations due to compliance failures. While compliance is essential, it cannot become an excuse for abandoning community organization. Many sports clubs, cultural groups, and grassroots organizations operate under severe resources constraints. The department's responsibility is not only to regulate, but also to support and capacitate these organizations. Umkhonto weSizwe therefore support the committee's recommendation that capacity building intervention be strengthened. Honorable Speaker, perhaps the most troubling issue raised in this report is that of the consequence management. The Auditor General once again flagged irregular expenditure amounting to 139 million, alongside weak consequences management and slow responses to audit findings. We must be honest, year after year, this House discussed irregular expenditure, yet there is a little visible accountability. In the absence of consequences, poor financial management becomes normalized. At a time when our province faces unemployment, poverty, and growing inequality, every rand wasted is a rand taken away from libraries, sport development, heritage preservation, and youth empowerment. Umkhonto weSizwe therefore calls for decisive action, clear disciplinary process where wrongdoing is identified, regular public reporting on consequences management, and stronger internal controls to prevent repeat findings. Also wishes to address the state of libraries and heritage infrastructure. We acknowledge progress made in library construction during the third quarter, as well as the committee's oversight visits to heritage sites in Zululand. These efforts are important as heritage preservation strengthens cultural identity and tourism potential. However, many libraries across the province remain under-resourced, understaffed, and poorly maintained. In too many communities, libraries no longer function as centers of learning, research, and digital access. At a time when young people need access to technology and educational support, libraries should be engines of community development, not neglected spaces. Similarly, heritage sites must not exist in isolation. Surrounding communities must benefit through job creation and economic participation. Heritage tourism must be inclusive, community-driven, and sustainable. Honorable Speaker, Umkhonto weSizwe further welcomes the committee's emphasis on the revival of school sport. This is a critical intervention for long-term social development. School sport promotes discipline, health, and social cohesion, and keeps young people away from crime and substance abuse. Yet many schools, especially in rural and township areas, still lack basic facilities, trained coaches, and equipment. If transformation is to be meaningful, investment in sport must be a provincial priority. Umkhonto weSizwe also note the department engagement with artists and sport federation. While such engagements are important, they must lead to practical outcomes. Artists across KwaZulu-Natal continue to face limited access funding, unstable income streams, and inadequate institutional support. Their creative economy has significantly potentially to create jobs, particularly for young people, but this potential remains largely unstable.
The next member. The next member for 6 minutes is the Honorable O.P. Kunene.
The Honorable Speaker, Honorable MECs present, honorable members, the Secretary to the Legislature. I've been asked by Honorable Simang to present his debate. He said he wishes to place on record his sincerest appreciation to the KwaZulu-Natal MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture, Honorable Mtomuhle Kaula, for his decisive leadership and continued commitment to transparency and accountability. During engagements with the Portfolio Committee, department programs, achievements, and changes are openly interrogated, reflecting a governance approach that values accountability and responsiveness. Equally important is the Honorable MEC's continued visibility within communities across the province. This demonstrates the leadership that is accessible, people-centered, and grounded in service delivery. Communities must not only hear about government programs, they must witness government actively engaging with their realities and responding to their needs. Such an approach strengthens public confidence in democratic institutions and reinforces accountable governance. Honorable Speaker, legislative committees remain central to democratic governance and constitutional oversight. They are the primary instruments through which government performance is scrutinized, policy implementation is assessed, and executive commitments are measured against actual delivery. Effective oversight ensures that departments remain focused on their mandates and responsive to the needs of citizens. Without strong committees, accountability is weakened. With them, democratic governance is strengthened. It is therefore encouraging that the Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts and Culture continues to demonstrate effectiveness, particularly through inclusive stakeholder participation during oversight activities. This approach strengthens the quality of oversight by ensuring that engagements are informed by practical realities experienced by communities and stakeholders directly affected by government programs. Stakeholder engagement is not merely a procedural exercise, it is a governance necessity. It ensures that planning and implementation are informed by lived experiences and community needs. It also strengthens transparency, builds public trust, and promotes participatory governance by allowing communities to become active partners in development rather than passive recipients of government services. The committee must therefore be commended for institutionalizing stakeholder engagement within its oversight work. This has been evident during oversight visits where local stakeholders and community representatives were consistently afforded an opportunity to raise concerns and contribute meaningfully to discussions. Such efforts strengthen participatory democracy and improve government responsiveness. However, Honorable Speaker, oversight must extend beyond visits and engagements. There must be continuous monitoring of projects and programs to ensure that commitments made during oversight processes are implemented effectively. Concerns raised by communities must not merely be recorded, they must be tracked to resolution within reasonable timeframes. Departments must also provide structured and timeless feedback to communities regarding progress made, interventions implemented, and challenges encountered. This is essential in closing the accountability loop and maintaining public trust in democratic institutions. Communities become increasingly frustrated when concerns are repeatedly raised without visible progress or communication from government. In terms of departmental performance, we note with appreciation the department's Q3 expenditure of 78%, which exceeds the 75% benchmark. This reflects improved financial management, stronger implementation capacity, and commitment towards ensuring that allocated resources are utilized effectively. Sound financial management remains essential in ensuring that public funds translate into tangible developmental outcomes for communities. We further acknowledge progress made in infrastructure delivery, particularly in the construction and upgrading of libraries across the province. Investment in library infrastructure remains critical for educational advancement, literacy development, and community empowerment. Libraries are not merely centers for books and information. They are spaces that promote learning, innovation, research, and opportunity, particularly for young people. The construction of the state-of-the-art library in Mbali is especially commendable, as it represents a meaningful investment in literacy and community development. I will come back to finish.
Thank you. The next member for 4 minutes is the Honorable F.A. Masiko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. Sports, arts and culture remain central to the ANC's broader program of social transformation, nation building and youth development. The ANC has always understood that the struggle to transform society is not only confined to economics and politics. It includes transforming who has access to opportunity, visibility, infrastructure, and participation within the cultural and sporting life of our country. That is why, as the movement, we continue locating sports, arts, and culture within the broader task of building a democratic, inclusive, and socially cohesive society rooted in equality, dignity, and human development. It is therefore important to commend the ANC-led Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts, and Culture for maintaining a strong oversight on transformation, inclusive development, and access to opportunities for historically disadvantaged communities across the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The committee correctly approached oversight as a practical intervention into the conditions affecting young people, artists, federations, and communities on the ground. Importantly, the committee understood that transformation in sports and arts cannot simply be reduced to symbolic representation, while structural inequality in access to infrastructure, resources, and development opportunities remains unchanged. Transformation therefore becomes meaningful only when opportunity itself becomes more equal. That is why the committee's concern regarding inadequate sports facilities in many rural communities across KwaZulu-Natal is both important and necessary. Across large parts of the province, young people with enormous sporting potential continue facing barriers created by lack of talent, but not created by lack of talent, but by unequal access to infrastructure and developmental support. A province cannot speak seriously about sports development while young people in rural communities continue being excluded from the very facilities required to nurture talent and participation. The committee must therefore be commended for constantly monitoring the rollout of high-performance fitness centers in districts such as Utukela, Amajuba, and Zululand as part of advancing more inclusive sports infrastructure development. These matter because they begin confronting the uneven geography of opportunity that still defines much of South African sport. The ANC has long maintained that meaningful transformation requires deliberate investment in townships and rural communities, particularly for young people who continue carrying the burden of historical inequality. Honorable members, what also emerges clearly from the committee's work is an understanding that sports, arts, and culture are not isolated recreational activities existing outside the developmental agenda of society. They are directly linked to social cohesion, youth empowerment, and community development. At a time when many young people continue facing unemployment, social exclusion, and substance abuse, investment in sports, arts, and culture development becomes part of the broader struggle to building a society stable and productive communities. Honorable Speaker, the work of the ANC-led Portfolio Committee under its chairperson, the Honorable Sizo Pila Impilo Iyaqhubeka Magnificent Mkhize, has demonstrated an important understanding that oversight must remain rooted amongst the people and responsive to the realities confronting communities daily. It must identify obstacles to development, place pressure on implementation, and ensure that transformation is experienced materially by ordinary people. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The next member for 8 minutes is the Honorable Chikoli.
Thank you, Speaker. It is my privilege to contribute on behalf of the Democratic Alliance on the debate on the annual performance report of the Sports, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee excuse me, for the 2025-2026 financial year. The report reflects the work performed by the committee in exercising oversight on the department as well as its entities. It also reflects the realities that face many of our communities: underdeveloped infrastructure, financial pressures, governance weaknesses, and the urgent need to transform opportunities in sports, arts, and culture. Focus has been on improving quality and accessibility of sport and arts programs across KwaZulu-Natal. Attention has been placed on transformation in sport, infrastructure delivery, heritage preservation, job creation, as well as financial accountability. In rural communities, it is true that many of them remain disadvantaged when it comes to sport and arts infrastructure. Many rural districts still lack proper facilities, meaning that talent often remains undiscovered and young people are denied opportunities. And communities lose access to programs that can build social cohesion as well as economic activity. The department has begun developing high-performance fitness centres in districts such as Utukela, as well as Amajuba and others. Progress has been uneven and in some cases too slow. Oversight visits conducted by the committee to Alfred Duma Fitness Centre as well as Belgrave Fitness Centre revealed some concerns as well as some solutions. The visit to Belgrade found that there were unresolved land matters, disputes in funding, and slow project implementation. Municipal commitments had not been honoured, and critical agreements with traditional authorities remained incomplete and unclear. Going forward, the department must implement stricter project readiness assessments before construction begins. No major infrastructure project should proceed without finalised agreements, secured funding commitments, approved implementation schedules, and clearly assigned accountability mechanisms, as well as SOPs with the relevant municipalities. Quarterly infrastructure project dashboards will also assist in monitoring project progress, expenditure, delays, and contractor performance in real time. The report also highlights financial performance concerns, as mentioned previously, during the first quarter, where only 18% of the budget had been spent largely due to delays in library construction projects. Delayed expenditure is not only an accounting problem, it affects service delivery, community access to libraries, employment opportunities, educational development. Libraries remain essential community hubs, particularly in rural and underprivileged areas where internet access and educational resources can be limited. To address this, stronger coordination must take place between implementing agents, municipalities, supply chain units, and contractors. Infrastructure bottlenecks must be identified in the financial year. The department should also establish a rapid intervention task team for stalled projects to prevent repeated rollovers and under-expenditure. This has produced positive results in public works. There's also been significant underspending in transfers to non-profit institutions due to compliance failures by these beneficiary organizations. Compliance is important, but we must also acknowledge that community organizations may lack the administrative capacity needed to meet government's requirements. If we want communities to be involved at grassroots levels, we must ensure that they are capacitated and not rejected because they have not been able to comply. The situation, excuse me, the department should look at establishing district-based support programs to assist NPOs with governance, financial reporting, registration requirements, and funding applications. Speaker, the committee also raised concerns regarding the audit outcomes on the irregular expenditure amounting to 139 million and the inadequate consequence management. This is an area where decisive action is needed. Repeat findings occur when accountability processes are weak and consequences are delayed. Public confidence will not be restored if there is no accountability for financial misconduct and administrative failures. The department must strengthen internal audit systems, improve monitoring controls, and ensure that disciplinary processes are concluded within reasonable timeframes. Consequence management cannot only exist in policy documents, it must become institutional culture. Despite challenges, the report also reflects positive developments. The department achieved 80% performance for 3 consecutive years and reached expenditure benchmarks within the third quarter. The committee conducted multiple oversight visits, stakeholder engagements, and transformation studies. Sports federations were engaged with to discuss transformation of sport as part of the focused intervention strategy. The transformation is not merely about representation on paper, it's also about equitable access to facilities, coaching, development, pathways, funding, and opportunities. The art and culture sector also requires greater attention as an economic driver. This sector contributes significantly to our GDP, but seems to be neglected. Artists, performers, crafters, and cultural practitioners contribute to local economies, tourism, and youth employment, but continue to operate without sustainable support structures. Speaker, AMAFA is the custodian of our heritage sites. Heritage preservation is not only about protecting historical sites, it's also about preserving our identity, promoting tourism, and educating future generations. However, these heritage infrastructures must be maintained properly and marketed effectively to unlock tourism value for local communities. Sites such as the Spirit of Emakosini, KwaZulu Caves, and many others hold enormous cultural and economic potential if integrated into broader tourism development strategies. The report that was tabled by the Chair shows both progress as well as persistent challenges within the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. To achieve the vision of the department, we must improve infrastructure planning and accountability, accelerate rural sports and library development, strengthen financial controls and consequence management, support community organizations through capacity building, invest in school, sport, and creative industries, and ensure that transformation delivers real opportunities to all communities. Sports, arts, and culture are not luxuries and nice-to-haves. They're powerful tools for social cohesion, youth empowerment, economic growth, and nation building. At a time in South Africa and in KwaZulu-Natal, where there are those who wish to sow division amongst us, this has never been more important. Thank you.
The next speaker for 7 minutes is Honorable E.B. Khoza.
Honorable Speaker, Nkosi yaseMadungeni, honorable members in the House, let me begin by stating clearly that what is required at this stage is not another plan, but a decisive shift in how we govern and deliver. KwaZulu must move towards a model of governance that is disciplined, strategic, and firmly anchored in measurable outcomes. Projects must be based on proper feasibility, supported by a secured funding and implemented within a clear and realistic timelines. Coordination across spheres of government must be deliberate, not assumed. Above all, accountability must be real, consistent, and unavoidable. Honorable Speaker, while we engage in policy debates in this House, a powerful message is being delivered outside our institutions. Artists in Durban have taken to the street carrying coffins in protest, symbolizing what they describe as the death of the arts industry in our province. Week before last, members of the Cultural and Creative Industry Federation of South Africa gathered outside the Playhouse Company demanding intervention, accountability, and reform. Their message is simple yet deeply troubling. Creative practitioners feel abandoned by the very institution meant to support and empower them. The protest is not theater. It is not exaggeration. It reflects genuine distress from people who can no longer survive in industry weakened by poor governance, weak implementation, and failure of leadership. Honorable Speaker, the report before us reflects a committee that has followed due process. Meetings have been held, reports reviewed, and engagements conducted in line with legislative requirements. On the surface, governance appears compliant. But when we move beyond compliance and assess effectiveness, a serious concern emerges. There is a widening gap between planning and implementation. The department's strategic priorities are not in question. Its focus on transformation, social cohesion, sport development, arts and culture, and infrastructure expansion is appropriate and necessary. However, the challenge before us is not policy direction, it is delivery. The gap is evident in the department's first quarter performance, where expenditure reached only 18% instead of expected 25%. This is not merely a deviation on paper. It reflects delays in implementation, weaknesses in project readiness, and planning that is not aligned with operational reality. And whilst funds remain unspent, artists across the province are protesting because they lack access to opportunities, sustainable programs, and meaningful institutional support. At the center of the current dispute are allegations that only a small portion of Playhouse Company budget reaches actual artistic production, while independent artists and producers carry disproportionate financial risk, whether every detail is proven or not. The protest itself signals a breakdown of trust between institutions and the creative sector. Honorable Speaker, we cannot ignore that warning. The same pattern of weak implementation is evident in the infrastructure projects such as Belgrade Fitness Center. This initiative has a potential to expand access to sport in rural communities, yet progress has been slowed by unresolved land agreements and uncertainty around funding. These are no unforeseen challenges. They are foundationally issues that should have been resolved before implementation begin. The lesson is clear. Effective governance is not about identifying priorities, it's about executing them. Where planning is not matched by implementation, credibility erodes, projects stall, institutions lose legitimacy, and community are left wanting. The findings of the Auditor General reinforce this concern. The recurrence of irregular expenditure, including 139 million, and weak consequence management point to persistent control failures. Audit findings must trigger reform, not repetition. When the same issues appear year after year without decisive intervention, they become evident and systemic weaknesses after then isolated mistakes. Honorable Speaker, we must also recognize that the arts sector is not a luxury. It is an essential economic and social sector. It creates jobs, preserves our identity, and offers young people alternatives to unemployment, crime, and despair. When artists carry coffins in protests outside state institutions, they are exposing the consequences of government's failures that have gone unresolved for far too long. We welcome the development of a high-performance fitness center and arts infrastructure as steps towards transformation. But infrastructure alone does not guarantee impact. Facilities must be supported by sustainable operational funding, transparent governance, capable management, and programs that truly reach communities and practitioners. Without these elements, infrastructure remains symbolic rather than transformative. Strategic planning must therefore go beyond. Thank you.
The next member for 4 minutes is the Honorable Chinkosi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Economic Freedom Fighters note the report and acknowledge the role played by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in ensuring that arts, heritage and sports sectors remain important instruments for social cohesion, youth development and job creation. Somlomo umuntu akakusho nje ukuthi akusiyo umnyango womdlalo nje njengoba ubukeka uthatheka kancane kuneminye iminyango. However, as the Economic Freedom Fighter, we cannot continue to turn a blind eye on the continued challenges faced by this department, which are maladministration, wasteful expenditure, weak financial controls, and the continued lack of consequence management within the department. The department has committed in implementing an audit management strategy to address weakness in internal controls. The question here is, how does the department plan to use this strategy to address the glaring weakness in internal control system? At the center of this maladministration, wasteful, irregular, and fruitless expenditure are state entities such as the Playhouse, which has repeatedly faced allegations of misuse of funds. We call on the department to strengthen its oversight role and conduct regular financial monitoring to protect the exploitation of artists to prevent institutional collapse. Honorable Speaker, budget cuts and austerity measures in this department continue to disadvantage our Black children, particularly from rural areas and townships, as they are unable to participate fully in different sporting codes. Izingane zethu kulindeleke ukuthi ziqhudelane on a national level nezingane zomtakabani ezinazo zonke izinsiza kusebenza. Ekubeni zona zingenazo nezinkundla zemidlalo zokuqeqesha ezisesimeni. The Economic Freedom Fighter is also concerned by what look like a lack of agents in building and upgrading community libraries across the province. Honorable Speaker, the department prides itself for having introduced a special payment policy to harmonize the cultural creative industry to avoid the exploitation of artists. Kodwa iqiniso lithi amaciko ethu amaningi asahlukumezekile. They are underpaid and excluded from participating in various opportunities reserved only for the political connected. Njengeqembu le-EFF sithi siyafisa ukuthi kunyuswe isikhwama soxhaso esibhekelele amaciko. Kufakwe imali ethe xaxa yokulungisa ingqalasizinda okubala izinkundla zemidlalo nemitapo yolwazi. Bese laba ababandakanyeka enkohlakalweni bethathele izinyathelo ezinqala. Honorable Speaker, one has to put this in record, Honorable Speaker, that's in the absence of executive members. While debating issues eyithinta ama-department abo kuyakhathaza. Siyabonga nje kumhlonishwa Honorable Ukhawula no Honorable Smelani ukuthi uma sokhuluma izinto eyithinta ama-department abo baba khona. Laba abanye abamusukubalekela iy'nkinga zabo. Siyabonga.
The next member for 4 minutes is Honorable C.M. Shinga. Honorable Mrs. Shinga has tabled an apology. And then we go to the Honorable H.G.S. Mavimbela for 4 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable members, what emerges quite clearly from the work of this portfolio committee is an understanding that accountability is not an event. It is a process. It is the continuous responsibility to monitor whether the departments are implementing commitments, whether public money is producing developmental outcomes, and whether institutions are responding adequately when problems are identified. This committee approached that responsibility with seriousness. It maintained a strong focus on corruption, financial oversight, and consequence management, correctly recognizing that every rand lost through waste, irregularity, or poor governance is a rand stolen from young people, artists, federations, and communities waiting for opportunities and development. In sectors such as sport, art, and culture, where resources are already limited, accountability becomes even more critical because communities feel the consequences of failure immediately and directly. What was practically important, however, was the maturity with which the committee exercised its oversight role. Too often, oversight in modern politics has become contaminated by performance, where some become more interested in sounding angry than solving problems. This committee avoided that trap. It confronted weaknesses firmly, but it also recognized progress where intervention began producing results. That balance matters because institutions are strengthened through honest engagement, not through permanent hostility and permissivism. When delays and underspending emerged around library infrastructure project, this ANC-led committee raised concern directly and demanded accountability. But it did not stop there. It continued monitoring implementation and later acknowledged improvement in expenditure performance and project rollout once corrective measures were introduced. Honorable members, another important feature of the committee's work was its willingness to engage directly with those affected by departmental programs and challenges. Sport federations, local associations, artists, and communities themselves became active participants within the oversight process. This approach reflects an important democratic culture built through the traditions of the ANC, the understanding that governance becomes stronger when institution remains connected to the lived experience of the people. The committee's intervention around the Belgrade Fitness Center and Alfred Duma Fitness Center further demonstrated this practical approach to oversight. Rather than allowing funding dispute, governance weaknesses, and implementation bottlenecks to drift indefinitely, the committee actively intervened to push for movement and accountability. Communities are not interested in endless explanation about delays while facilities remain. They want visible progress. They want functioning infrastructure. They want institutions that respond with urgency when obstacles emerge. Equally important was the committee's
insistence on the continuous tracking resolution adopted during the meetings and oversight engagement. This is in a reality speak to a deeper governance principles because accountability loses meaning when resolutions are adopted then forgotten. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Service personnel, I don't know where are they. I think you need to be careful of the doors and how sometimes others would be left ajar, like what was happening with the door there. I don't know, I don't see service staff personnel, but I want to remind you, sirs, that you are on duty. We will now move to the next next member, which is for 10 minutes, the Honorable Elma Khekwama. Nganeka Mfundisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to yourself. Ngibingelele inkosi yaseMatungeni indaba ezitha, the Honorable Chief Whip, members of the Provincial Legislature. Honorable Speaker, 139 million. That is the value of irregular expenditure flagged by the Auditor General in this department. 139 million. And the response recorded was to note it, not to investigate it, not to demand consequence, not to name a single official. Note it. That is where we begin today. Honorable Speaker, I put it to this House that the committee has failed in its most basic duty, protecting public funds. The Auditor General flagged 139 million in irregular expenditure. The AG also flagged the lack of consequence management. The AG flagged slow responses to material non-compliance. 3 flags, 1 committee, 0 consequences recorded in this report. Honorable members, which official was held accountable for that 139 million? Name one. Which transgression resulted in disciplinary outcome? Name one. Which finding by the Auditor General produced a consequence beyond the committee resolution? The report does not answer those questions because the answers do not exist. The committee engaged the department on its fraud and risk prevention plan. The advice recorded in their own words was to compare it with the plans in the private sector and enhance it where applicable. 139 million irregular, and the committee's contribution is to look at what the private sector is doing. Honorable Speaker, that is not oversight. That is a suggestion box. I put it to this House that the Belgrade Fitness Center is a monument to the GPU failure, and this committee watched it happen. The facts are in this report. A total project cost of 375 million, the commitment from Upongolo local municipality of 225 million, 60% of the entire project. The amount actually paid by Upongolo municipality is 0. Not delayed, not partial, 0. And the land, the MOU between Upongolo local municipality and the Dlangamandla Traditional Authority, the agreement that determines whether this facility can legally exist has not been finalized. No money, no land agreement, 375 million rand project. It was resolved, and I quote directly from the report, to request a comprehensive presentation on the project. A municipality committed 225 million of public funds, paid nothing. When does Upongolo municipality appear before this House to answer for that commitment? When does anyone face a consequence? The report does not tell us because it was not told. In the first quarter, the department spent only 18% of its budget against a 25% benchmark. The reason recorded delays in library construction. Libraries, the most basic infrastructure of knowledge and opportunity in rural communities, behind schedule, underspent. And this committee recorded response, move on to the next agenda item. And the non-profit organizations, the artists, the community sport bodies, the cultural practitioners, the department admitted that it underspent on transfers to NPOs. The reason given is non-compliance by organizations. Honorable members, I put it to this House, whose job is it to prepare those organizations for compliance? The departments. Did the department do that job? No, it did not. The committee did not hold the department accountable for that failure. Going forward, the artists who didn't receive transfers this year cannot eat going forward. They needed the money this year. Honorable Speaker, the committee commissioned a focused intervention study, the topic, transformation in sport. It was completed, it was adopted, it was tabled in this House on the 19th of March 2026. I put it to this House. What changed after the study was tabled? This report tells us that rural districts still lack proper and adequate sports facilities. It tells us that the Utugela, Amajuba, and Zululand fitness centers are being developed in phases, with no completion dates recorded in this report. It tells us that Ilembe and Uku districts have only plans for facilities that do not exist yet. The committee engaged 5 sports federations on transformation: KZN Rugby, KZN Cricket, KZN Tennis, KZN Swimming, KZN Sports Confederation. 5 federations, all presented, all reported, and after all of that, the rural child in Amajuba still has no facility to train in. The talented young swimmer in Uku still has no pool. The promising rugby player in Zululand still has no proper field. What is the point of a focused intervention study on transformation if the infrastructure and transformation remains unbuilt after the study is complete? What exactly was intervened upon? What exactly was focused on? Because the ground tells a different story in this report. A study without implementation is not transformation. It is a documentation of inequality with a cover page of a tabling date. Honorable Speaker, I want this House to note something that speaks louder than any failures that I have outlined. This report, the Sports, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee Annual Performance Report, is signed by the Honorable S.M. Kize. The title beneath the signature reads, Chairperson, Transport Portfolio Committee. This committee could not even get its own report right. The chairperson signed the Sports, Arts and Culture report and titled herself the Chairperson of Transport. That is not a small administrative error. It is a symbol that tells this story, how much care went into this document. It tells this House exactly how seriously this committee takes its own work. If you cannot proofread your own report, how are you overseeing a 375 million rand fitness center? The MK party demands the following, with deadlines, not suggestions. Upongolo local municipality must appear before this House within 30 days for the 225 million it committed to pay and did not pay. A municipality that makes a public commitment and defaults must face this legislature. The department must return within 30 days with a consequence management report, not a plan, a record, which officials were charged, what outcomes were specific to the 139 million in irregular expenditure. No further expenditure on the Belgrade Fitness Center until the MOU between Upongolo Local Municipality and the Dlangamandla Traditional Authority is signed and tabled in this House. Traditional communities are not a footnote in a project built on their land. Every NPO that did not receive its funds must be identified by name, the amounts owed must be stated, and the funded remedial plan must be presented in this House before the end of this quarter. The focused intervention study on sports transformation must be followed by a funded implementation plan with district-level targets, named responsible officials, and reporting deadline to this House. A study that produces no change on the ground is a waste of public money and a broken promise to the rural communities. Honorable Speaker, the committee achieved almost all of its AOP targets. That is what we are told. Meetings held, reports tabled, visits conducted. But 139 million is irregular. Belgrade has no money and no land agreement. Artists haven't received their transfers, libraries are behind schedule, and the transformation study was completed, nothing was transformed, and the report was signed with the wrong title. Almost all the targets are achieved. Tell that to a young athlete who trained on a dirt field this year while the 375 million rand sat in a stalled project. Tell that to an artist in Kandla who showed up, spoke up, and received nothing. Tell that to a traditional community in Dlangamandla whose land is occupied by a facility built without a finalized agreement. and tell that to a child in Ugu who was told transformation is coming and still waiting. The MK party remains on the side of the people. You do not reward a committee for meeting well, while the people it serves are failed systematically. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The next member for 6 minutes is the Honorable O.P. Kunene.
Honorable Speaker, while the construction of the state-of-the-art library is welcomed, there remains an urgent need to accelerate library development in undeserved and rural communities where such infrastructure remains limited or non-existent. It is concerning that some communities have not benefited from the meaningful library infrastructure developments since the advent of democracy. Government must prioritize equitable access to educational resources and infrastructure to ensure that no community is left behind. The department's achievement of 19 targets against 17 planned targets further reflects strong performance against its annual performance plan and demonstrates commitment towards exceeding expectations. However, while targets achieved are important, the true measure of the success must always be the impact experienced by communities on the ground. Government programs must ultimately improve the quality of life of ordinary citizens through better services, improved facilities, and expanded opportunities. We wish also to raise the concern regarding Belgrade Fitness Center project in Mkhanyakude district, valued at 375 million, right? Although certain phases of the project have been completed, overall progress remains low. Delays in infrastructure projects undermine public confidence and may result in escalating costs and delayed socio-economic benefits for communities. The Opongolo local municipality that committed to contributing 60% of the funding, which amounted to 225 million rand, which has not yet materialized, while the department is contributing 150 million rand. It is therefore important that all financial and implementation bottlenecks are urgently addressed to avoid further delays and ensure completion of the project within reasonable time frame. Communities cannot continue waiting indefinitely for facilities that were promised as part of development initiatives. In conclusion, as the IFP will express general satisfaction with the department's overall performance and acknowledge the progress achieved despite existing challenges. We further call for strengthened collaboration between the department and the portfolio committee and to ensure full implementation of the APP and resolution of the outstanding matters. The pursuit of a clean audit outcome must remain a priority as it reflects sound governance, financial discipline, and institutional accountability. The department must also continue maintaining feasibility within communities and prioritize the development of sports infrastructure, library facilities, arts programs, and empowerment initiatives aimed at advancing socio-economic development across the province. Above all, transparency and accountability must remain central to governance and oversight processes to ensure that oversight remains substantive, effective, and responsive to the needs of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable Msimangu says he thanks you.
The next, now honorable members, thank you. We've come to the end of the debate. We will now call for the Honorable S.M.M. Kiza, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, to respond to the debate in 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is not by coincidence that we have this debate while the legislature celebrates Africa Day. We want to give compliments to the members who today have dressed up in their cultural attires, priding themselves on their beautiful heritage. By how members are dressed today, Honorable Honorable Speaker, you can see unity in diversity. Our forefathers who fought very hard for the people to live in peace and harmony, regardless of tribe, race, and even gender, which is why, Honorable Speaker, I would like, before I respond, to discourage members from speaking about an imaginary area called KwaZulu, which is not recognized by the democratic constitution. Honorable Paisiela, unfortunately falls for this trap.
Don't drown the speaker, honorable members.
Some of them, they fall for this trap and they don't understand that they are slowly being excluded because the ethnicity, which is Zulu, does not include them. Honorable Ngobo, we welcome the comments and key recommendations. Honorable Member, we agree that young people from previously disadvantaged communities still struggle to access facilities. The Belgrade Fitness Center, the matter has been exhausted by the committee, and we're still going to go back and ensure that all parties involved live up to their end of their commitments. There is an MOA in place which must be respected and honored by the municipality. We however acknowledge the work that the department has done thus far and the progress in which it has made. We also appreciate the traditional leadership and all the matters which were raised. Most of these delays are evidently sponsored by the municipality and not by the department. The revival of school sports has been adopted as one of the priorities by the department and by the committee itself. In most rural areas, still do not have adequate resources and facilities. Honorable Msimang Stroke, Honorable Nene, public participation is indeed one of the key elements that keeps this committee going. We have a full understanding that good leaders are good listeners and bad listeners are horrible leaders. We have indeed used this part of the oversight to strengthen our relations with the people and to reduce the gap between the people and the government. In these meetings, we learned that some of the challenges our people face are due to just lack of knowledge of the government's plans and programs. Honorable Masego, thank you for the contribution. Indeed, this committee has ensured that rather than creating a cat and mouse situation between the committee and the department, it is important that we all cooperate and everyone does their job. We have thus far been able to firmly seek accountability from the department, and we have not received any form of resistance. We have worked with dignity and mutual respect. If everyone did their jobs and stayed true to their own commitments, KwaZulu-Natal will be a better place. Honorable Colley, Sports Federation to discuss transformation that was held in this very same house. Yes, we understand that it is not going to be, we are not going to see transformation within a day, but it is possible. And on heritage sites, we understand that the department has adopted that it must be able to monetize its heritage sites and they must be able to contribute in the economy. Mkhathini, siyabonga. Honorable Nkosi, on consequence management, I think it is in the committee that you sit in, and we agree that the department needs to up its socks when it comes to consequence management. Honorable Mavimbela, thank you very much. The committee will not be used for political gimmicks and political score settling. Rather, it will be used to engage all stakeholders affected by the services provided by the department. Experience is indeed a good teacher, and your support in this work has been very appreciated. Honorable Maxekwana, it is very surprising that you'll stand here as if you do not sit in the committee, but we understand when you sit in the committee, the only thing that matters and rings in your head is to rush to the MEC and ask for favors. When does Upongolo municipality appear before the House? You should be telling us you sit in the committee and spend most of the time whispering your views instead of raising them sharply in the meeting. But I understand where you come from. I once stayed in Pietermaritzburg High Court at night defending a rapist, and I apologize to people of KwaZulu-Natal. So I understand where you come from. You are doomed, and I hope that one day as a young person you'll be liberated, and your liberation will come one day. You can't not adopt the budget.
Hold, honorable members. Honorable members, sit down. Okay, Honorable Makubane, sit down. I'm addressing the House. I'm still addressing the House. Honorable Seme. Honorable Seme. No, Honorable Seme, you are persisting. I am questioning you to stop what you are doing. You are persisting. Please, Honorable Seme, be in order. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable Mata. Okay. Honorable. Okay. Honorable Hadebe. Honorable Mbata, Honorable Mtetwa, stand up. Honorable Hadebe, stand up. Stand up, Honorable Hadebe. Honorable Mtetwa, ezansi kwa ngentla kwa Honorable. Oh, Honorable Mtetwa, isibongo. Hi, mama, bahlonitshwa senizoziphinga namagama. Honorable members, the three of you are heckling and drowning the speaker and the presiding officer. If a member amongst you have something to raise, refer to your roll book and stand up and raise that. May you allow us to continue with the program of Honorable Kaula and Asadana. Honorable Kaula, diyakhuluma. Honorable Kaula, the three of you, if you've got an issue to raise, you have your roll book. What you are doing is disorderly. Take your seats and behave. Honorable Kaula, I am addressing a matter of ill discipline, and you come in and also aggravate it. Why, Honorable? No, don't do that. Behave and sit down. Honorable members, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Take a seat, Honorable. Which rule are you raising on, Honorable Makubane?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 57, 1A, together with Rule 272, 3J.
Let's go to 57, 1A. A point of order with
272, 3J.
272, 3J. Hey, that rule used to be loved in the House. Thank you for reminding me of that rule. 272, 2J. Rule 272, 2J is
3J. 3J.
Oh, 272, 3J says, comments by a member speaking in the House or a committee that are insulting or harmful to the dignity of another member of the legislature. Contempt. Which member of the legislature let me finish what I'm asking. Which member of the legislature was making comments in this House or a committee that are insulting or harmful to the dignity of another member of the legislature? That is 272-3J.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The member on the podium said our member, Honorable Matlekwane, doesn't comment in a committee. The only thing he does, he goes to the MEC and asks for favors. The dignity of our member is being actually, the dignity of our member is actually being dragged down by the member on the podium. When did she see him going to the MEC asking for a favor? Can the MEC actually confirm that? Because she has actually casted aspersions to our member while talking there or while commenting there on the podium. We're not going to allow that with our member's dignity being dragged down in that way. We're not going to allow it.
Okay. Kodwa manibizi order sabungithethisa uyakhuluma umhlontshu magubane abanye bayamemeza nizongaze ningiconfuse. Honorable Mkhize, you can come back to the podium. Honorable Hadebe mangiqeda lana sokhuluma naye. No, isikhathi okobe siku 09 seconds. Okay. Obakhuzi. No, honorable members. Honorable members. Hlala phansi, hlala phansi. Hlala phansi, hlala phansi. Honorable Nene, ilunga lelo lityityimvisela umnwe. Honorable Nene, Hlonitshwa. Bengazi ke ba uhonorable Nene unomnye honorable Nene obekade kumhlonitshwa uGasa. Mhlonitshwa uNene oyinguMagasa bendisakhuluma nomhlonishwa uNene ongunene. Honorable members, yekeni lento yokumemezana and heckle us, especially you like doing it when we're about to rule because you want to defocus us. Honorable Mkhize, if you did say that a member goes and asks favors, please withdraw that so that it is impugned from the record. Please withdraw that.
Thank you, Speaker. I withdraw and apologize.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhize, you may continue now. Go back to your debate.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I would like to say as I end that the work of the Portfolio Committee should not be used for political gimmicks and political grandstanding. It should be used to assist the department and play the oversight. So it's important.
Thank you. Honorable members. Honorable Makubane, don't cause anarchy in the House. Honorable Sam and Honorable Gasan, stop causing anarchy. Now, when I was being overwhelmed by Honorable Makubane shouting Honorable Sangweni and stuff, I had said, Honorable Hadebe, ngizabuya ndizorula kuwena ngicela usukume mhlonishwa. Honorable Hadebe, you said as you were busy heckling, uyadelela lona, pointing this side where there was a speaker that was Honorable Mkhize. Please withdraw that unconditionally. Honorable Hadebe, aninike indlela. Oh, yini mhlonitshwa useme wena uzuphazamise nabantu bakho becaucus yakho. You know there is no rule for that ngoba ikazi icatshangwe that it can happen. It has never been thought of that there will be parliamentarians that would disrupt even their own members. Because when they were crafting rules and they had a certain reasonability that they knew. Please. Mhlonishwa Pungane.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. But she never did disrespect our president. But I withdraw.
No. Kusho ukuthi bingezwananga kahle Pungane. Mhlonishwa, ngithe withdraw that. Now that I even said unconditionally, now that you're starting to add things, withdraw that and apologize to the House. Mhlonishwa Sangweni. Kodwa ihlupha kakhulu umhlonishwa useme. Come in, Honorable Member. Uphazamisa ilungu langakini. Hayibo ibani namahloni bahlonishwa. You can't disturb your own. You are disturbing yourself. Honorable Pungane, continue.
I withdraw.
I said, now that you started doing that, I said I'd withdraw and apologize to the House.
I withdraw and apologize
Thank you so
to
much.
the House.
Thank you so much. Take your seat, Honorable
Thank
Member.
you.
Honorable members, honorable members, Honorable Makubane ungaphumi ngathi contact dingayo. Honorable Makubane, service officers abuyi. Honorable members, there is a ruling on what happened here earlier on that we want to say, to pass. During the sitting today, the 21st of May 2026, during the debate on the report of the Finance Portfolio Committee on its achievement of targets in terms of its annual performance plans, and while Honorable T. Proteseth was debating, a point of order was raised by Honorable S.P. Jimbata of the MK. Honorable Mbata relied on Rule 571A, read together with the Rule 751, Rule 571A, which provides that a member may not interrupt another member while speaking except to call attention to a point of order. The point of order raised by Honorable Mbata is based on a perceived infringement of Rule 751, which prohibits a member from using offensive, insulting, or discriminatory words or gestures against any other member. In his elaboration of the point of order, Honorable Mbata alleged that the MEC for Finance, Honorable Rogers, made an offensive remark towards him, and I quote, "Uyanyanyisa," close quote, meaning, loosely translated, "You are disgusting." I then asked the Honorable Rogers if indeed he made that remark, and he denied that he made it. I undertook to check the Hansard transcript and make a ruling. You could have remembered that I left in the middle of the debate because we had to view that on Hansard. Now that I have referred to the transcript of the relevant portion of the proceedings, I will request Honorable Mbata to stand. Honorable Mbata, having scrutinized the transcript, there is no evidence of the remark attributed to the MEC for Finance, and in line with the above, this matter falls off. There was no point of order because the member did not transgress according to the evidence we have. Take your seat. Yes, we have ruled on the matter.
Oh, okay.
We wanted you to know that your point of order is not there. It's you who is out of order. Sit down. Thank you, honorable members. We have now come to the end of the matters on the order paper for today. We want to thank you for coming to the House and participating in all the business of the day. Of course, honorable members, we wish that singayibona njalo imiqhele kakhulukazi imiqhele efana nale yenkosi nale kaMagubane umhlonishwa mihle kakhulu. Mihle imiqhele yenu. We have come to the end of the sitting. The House is adjourned.
Speaker.